Peace, peace, family. Can y'all hear me? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Peace, peace, family. Can y'all hear me? Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, that's well. I was on with Sister Tamara Johnson Shirley, who's running for the U.S. Senate out of Georgia, the state of Georgia, and this is her night. The votes are coming in. 10% of the Senate vote has been counted. Right now, our sister has 8,722 votes. Either way, I'm so proud of this sister. I'm so proud to have been any part of this particular campaign. And she has an uphill climb from the numbers that I'm looking at right now, but she's making her mark, family. She's making her mark. So as we can see, this electoral map is moving, family. It's moving. We got Biden with 85 electoral votes to Trump's 55, but these states are starting to turn red. I can't front. The Illinois victory for Biden caught me by surprise. The Virginia victory caught me by surprise. They gave it to Joe Biden with 24% of the precincts reporting. So that kind of threw me. Right now, Trump is starting to it's going back and forth in Florida with Trump and Biden. In Georgia, it was going back and forth. Trump is starting to pull away. Let me see. North Carolina, it looks like Trump is going to, it's only 1% of the precincts reporting. So Georgia only has 11% of the precincts reporting. So this race might not get called for another hour or so, maybe possibly even another hour and a half. Georgia is one of those states that cheat. But Florida is interesting because they have 83% of the precincts reporting, and Trump is leading by about 200,000 votes from my estimation. So, we had a little interesting night going on, family. We got a little interesting night. And with the shout out to the ADOS fam that's in the building, shout out to everybody that's watching in. Illinois is mostly a Democratic state. Not surprised by the outcome, says a good woman, DG. And yeah, but I think they went for Trump the last time. That's why I'm shocked. I think they did. Michigan, 1% of the precincts are reporting, and Biden has taken the lead. But those are too insignificant to count. Of course, in the Northeast, we know Biden is going to run the table there, possibly with the exception of Pennsylvania. 1% of the precincts are reporting, and Biden is leading so far, but that it's too early to even really get into that. Texas is really interesting right now with 22% of the precincts reporting. A lot of these pundits, they know this stuff much better than we do. So I've been watching a lot of these. I've been watching a lot of the commentary today, the news, and they were breaking down the numbers of who gets to 270 electorates, right? Who and how. And some people are rooting for Biden to win, but this thing is very much in play. I mean, brace yourself for the possibility, for those of you who are rooting for Biden, for Trump to have another 4 years. We're going to watch these results as they come in. Let me see. So far, Trump is leading in the popular vote, which I think is interesting. I think that's really, really interesting that he's leading the popular vote by 200,000 so far. Let me see. Yeah, that's interesting. So, we're watching these states as they come in. Oklahoma has been called for Trump. Mississippi has been called for Trump. Alabama has been called for Trump. South Carolina, Georgia. Trump is with only 12% of the precincts reporting. Trump is starting to surmount a sizable lead there. I don't know if it keeps going like this. By the time they hit 20% precincts reporting, this Georgia might flip to Trump. That's really no surprise, but some people thought that it might. Trump is also maintaining his lead in Florida. It looks like no new precincts have reported since the last time I've looked. Let's see. Indiana. Trump is pulling away in Indiana with 37% of the precincts reporting. No surprise there. Ohio. This is very interesting. Biden has a 56.7% vote count to Trump's 42.1%, with 42% of the precincts reporting. So that looks ominous for Trump and favorable for Joe Biden. Pennsylvania is still too early to really gauge because there's only 1% of the precincts reporting. Same thing in Michigan. 1% of the precincts are reporting. So, fam, we just in the building watching this thing go. My brother Ali and my brother Josh is on with ADOS California. I was going to jump on with them, but I wanted to while I was on with Sister Tamara Johnson Shirley, I wanted to pull up the electoral map for the Be the Power family. Somebody said Trump already won Indiana. Let me go back to it. On this map, it's not saying it, but that wouldn't surprise me. That's Mike Pence's home state. So that wouldn't surprise me at all. The lead in Pennsylvania with 2% reporting so far for Biden is really going up. All right. What I'm looking at has Donald Trump winning, but I'm peeping over at the news and they have Biden ahead in South Carolina. So I don't know. Let me do a refresh. Yeah, I don't Trump is maintaining that almost 200,000 vote lead in Florida. Georgia, Trump is pulling away, absolutely pulling away. I mean, they're probably going to call Georgia for Trump soon. Let's see what's going on with Sister Tamara. I mean, our sister hanging in there. She got 12,454 votes so far. I'm ecstatic to see that. And most of this was by her own hard work. So, and we came on late. So imagine what happens when you get a whole team behind you. And we're going to give more context into Tamara's run possibly tomorrow. It's possibly tomorrow or Thursday. So let me see what people are talking about in the chat. Somebody, God of Jacob says Ohio is the key. Yeah, right now it's looking like Ohio is it's looking like Ohio is going the way of Biden. He maintains about a 300,000 point lead there. So we're gonna we got to keep our eye on it. Let's see what else is going on. VLB says if Trump takes Texas and Florida, it's over. There were some scenarios that showed that even if Trump took Texas and Florida, if he lost Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, that he could still lose the election. I mean, there's so many different variables. So I don't think that if Trump wins Texas and Florida without the combination of states like Ohio and Pennsylvania, that he will necessarily win the election, not judging by some of the early predictions that I watched earlier. Corey the vegan says, if Trump wins the popular vote but loses the electoral vote, the Trump supporters are going to turn the hell up, which would be ironic and so like that type of people who like to do unto others that which they do not like done unto them, right? So yeah, that's particularly funny. That is particularly funny because Trump lost the popular vote in 2016, but won the Electoral College. You know, Purple Glitter says if Trump wins and gains enough control of the Supreme Court, he can turn this into a monarchy. Term limits is really new. I mean, yes, you are correct, Purple Glitter. We are moving towards, I mean, really, we've been in a monarchical state. If you think about it, it's oligarchical. The rich basically rule, and the rich usually buy their puppets and put them into presidential seats. Obama was no exception. This is why they didn't want Bernie Sanders, because he wasn't a puppet of the rich. He basically got all of his donations from everyday people. I said it, I think, my last two live streams. Even though Bernie Sanders was against reparations, I wasn't feeling that. I wasn't going to vote for him. At this point, I would have voted for Bernie. Third, James said, I expect folks to do what white people do. Trump will probably win. Let me see. Oh, wow. Riri said Mitch McConnell won his Senate seat back. I thought for certain he was going to lose. So now I wonder what that South Carolina Senate race is looking like. Let me see. That's one that I wanted to, because if Trump won South Carolina already, then more than likely, hey, I mean that Senate race is tight. The brother Jamie Harrison is right there. He's only down about 1,100 votes so far, with how many precincts reporting? Only 7% of the precincts reporting. I don't know. This is a tough one. I'm gonna keep my eye on this too. Sister Tamara Shirley Johnson has 13,000 votes so far, 13,535 votes in the state of Georgia. How many? With 17% of the vote counted, that is not bad at all. Let me see. The General 04 said it's about the Congress when it comes to making laws. That's a fact. Now, the problem is when you have a president like Trump and you don't flip the Senate, it's going to be hard for the House to get a lot of things done. Whereas the Senate, if the Democrats take control of the Senate, the issue is once they put a bill on the president's desk, the guy's probably not going to sign it. Trump just won West Virginia, so the numbers are starting to run up. But the electoral numbers at the top are not moving. I don't understand that. It still says 85 to 55. I don't know when they update those. Let's check back in on Florida and Georgia. Oh yeah, Trump is pulling all the way away in Georgia. He still maintains a slight lead in Florida. Hey, Trump might get reelected. Let's check Ohio. 45% of the precincts reporting in Ohio, and it shows that Biden has a strong lead so far with 45% of the precincts reporting. That's interesting. Let's check Pennsylvania with 4% of the precincts reporting so far. That's still too early, but Biden has a sizable lead in Pennsylvania right now. So let me see. North Carolina looks like it's going to. Oh no, only 3% of the votes are counted in North Carolina, so that's too early to make any type of determination about. Kansas is only 6 electoral votes, but when you're running for president, you'll take every electoral vote that you can get. Texas, Biden is holding a strong lead in Texas. That's kind of shocking. I can't front on that. I thought that if Trump would take Florida, he would also take Texas. So, but I mean, maybe it's too early, but even in states like Georgia and Florida where they were close, these two have been close the whole time. And then Trump started to see daylight. And right now in Georgia, he's really, really pulling away. And in Florida, it's still stuck at 86% reporting. But this Texas is interesting right now. Texas is interesting. What's up, fam? Peace to everybody that's tuning in, rocking with us on this election night as we do our own election. Let me see if I can put some music on or something. All right. So far, Michigan is leaning Trump, but it's still too early. 3%, only 3% reporting so far. So Missouri is leaning Trump. Only 2% of the electorate. I mean, some of these states that are traditionally red that I'm seeing so far. Maine, oh, that's only 1% reporting. But this is interesting that Trump jumped out to an early lead like this in Maine. This is very, very interesting. Oh, the racing. Oh, Jamie Harrison has taken the lead in South Carolina, 49.7% to 49.2%. Let's check on our sister Tamara. Okay, she's getting her votes. I mean, look, Warnock was the lead, but Kelly Loeffler just took the lead between the last time I did a refresh. So that is interesting. And she's only leading by about 5,000 votes in Georgia. But our sister Tamara got 14,000 votes so far. I mean, that makes me feel good, family. That makes me feel good. Like I said, that sister did most of that work on her own. And it's only 18% of the vote. So out of 18% of the vote with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 viable candidates so far, and she has 14,000 votes. That to me, that makes me feel good, family. Hey, this is better than doing sports commentary. This is what I'm saying, man. We've been into, Trevor Noah, when he first came to the US as a comedian, that was one of his jokes. It was that Americans knew more sports statistics than they knew what was happening in politics and in the stock market. And as I sit here, I could keep it official. I'm just not into sports the way I used to be, but I'm more into politics now. And I've always had a little ear for politics, but now to sit here on the Be the Power platform and to do this particular type of commentary, I look, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. This is our calling. This is where we need to be as reparationists. Those of us who descend from American slavery, it's time for us to really, really step up. Those of us who are listening in right now, and a part of the reason why we're listening in is because it's time for us to step up. It's just as simple as that. Q Wallace said Tamara put ADOS on her platform front and center. That is a fact, brother. That is an actual fact. Let me see. Yeah, so far, Jamie Harrison is maintaining his lead over Lindsey Graham. I'm not too familiar with Jamie Harrison's politics. I should be doing this type of commentary, but I am familiar with Lindsey Graham's type of politics. That devil got to go. That devil got to go. But we see let me stop this and let me pull up the screen for the South Carolina race. Let me see. If you notice, there's a third party at the end here. I don't know if y'all can see that. Somebody named Bill Bledsoe, and he's running on the Constitution Party. Bob Sanders said Jamie is establishment dim. I'll kind of figure. That's what I said. I don't know. I never really looked into him, but you kind of figure that, Neff Farage says, we saw the video of Harrison dissing the black agenda. Oh, okay. I would, that's something I would definitely need to see before I commented on it. But that Lindsey Graham is the devil, him and Mitch McConnell. But Mitch McConnell won his race. I mean, those two races are I mean, after a while, you just don't want to see them on your TV no more. Trump is closing in on the electoral lead. He has 61 to Biden's 85. Biden's numbers are not moving. So let's take a look back at some of these areas. Let's see what's going on in Texas. Trump is closing the lead in Texas. Trump is closing that lead in Texas. So that's something to look out for. Let's check Florida. Trump is still maintaining a 200,000 plus lead in Florida. Trump is pulling away in Georgia. It's only 19% of the precincts that are reporting, so I wouldn't be surprised. But I wouldn't be surprised if that election got called soon. North Carolina, whoa, I didn't see this coming. Biden has a substantial lead with 50% of the precincts reporting. Interesting. 5% of the precincts reporting in Pennsylvania. Biden has a very substantial lead, but we know that that number is going to flip. James Carville, who used to be a contributor of CNN, said about Pennsylvania, I think he said in the West, there's Pittsburgh, in the East, there's Philly, and in the middle, there's Alabama. So we know those numbers are going to flip soon. We know that. Lindsey Graham has just taken the lead. Man, Lindsey Graham just took a big lead. Wow, over Jamie Harrison in South Carolina. All right, let's check out our sister Tamara, see where she's at now. We just counting her votes at this point, with 19% of the votes counted in the Georgia run for U.S. Senate. Our sister Tamara Johnson Shirley has 14,525 votes. So not too much changing in that run. But besides the fact that Loeffler has taken a lead, she's now taking I don't want to say a big lead, but she's up 9,000 votes over Warnock. Doug Collins is in a close third. North said, I'm not surprised because the South is about respectability politics, and that is a fact. Sister Neff Farage says, so funny, we don't even need mainstream news anymore for up-to-date election results. And look, this is the first time we're doing this, sis. So, like I've said before, that we want to grow Be the Power into a TYT type of platform. We want to grow it into a TYT type of platform. And so LJ Taylor said, Neff Farage, right? He got the headphones on looking like a real sports commentator. That's funny. Hey, this is our sport right now. My brother Logic always says politics is the game and government is how it's government is the game and politics is how it's played. So this is our play-by-play, our blow-by-blow right now. And maybe we'll have some people on in the very near future who are way more eloquent than I to get up here, and we could have like a real whole network and team, because Be the Power is a media company as well. And I want us to look at it that way. We came on the scene with the express purpose of helping to grow the politics of America's descendants of slavery and get that message out. And like I always repeat, there are a lot of people in these in the neighborhoods that we grew up in who really chime into this channel. A lot of them don't understand politics, so I try to keep it in a way that they can understand what we're talking about. I try to break some of the more complicated things that we talk about in simple terms, because everybody is just not at that level. And it's like that when you grew up where we grew up at. It's just as simple as that. So, and I don't mind doing it. Let's look back at North Carolina. We see Joe Biden maintaining a sizable lead in North Carolina with 60% of the precincts reporting so far. They just called Pennsylvania for Trump, I think, on NBC. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, no, that wasn't Pennsylvania. I think that was West Virginia. I got the TV on in the living room, and I'm watching the live results right here. On NBC, it shows Biden with 51 electoral votes and Trump with 42. I don't know what we're looking at right now is coming from the Associated Press. So I don't know why the numbers differ. Right now, Democrats are leading the Republican race 39-34. So that's another, matter of fact, that is another interesting That is another interesting race that I should have pulled up. Let me share this out on Twitter. Neferah said, "What about Texas though? Would be interesting to see them go blue." Yeah, yo. Islam to my Moorish brothers in the building. My brother Broken Blades Bay said, "Great way to use your platform. Honors. Always say Islam to my Moors. The handful that I'm still cool with. I'm still a Moorish American through and through. I still rock with Prophet Noble Drew Ali 1,000%. I don't want nobody to ever get that twisted." Okay, let me pull up the whole Senate race though. The Senate. The Senate race is pretty much shaping up the same way as the. I'm going to pull this up. Let me stop sharing here. Let's pull up the Senate race. So the Senate is pretty much going the same way as the election, maybe with the exceptions of those light blue areas. Kansas. That's interesting. Mississippi. Oh, well, this too early to. That's interesting that the general election results are coming in much faster than the Senate election. North Carolina Senate race is 67% of the precincts are reporting there. So that's interesting. Illinois, Richard Durbin has won already. Jersey, a lot of the stuff in the Northeast is going to typically be blue. We already know that. This is how these races go. Let's see what our sister Tamara is doing. 24% of the vote is in on the Senate race. Our sister Tamara has 20,078 votes so far. Kelly Loeffler is in the lead. Raphael Warnock is in second place. Doug Collins is in a close third. Well, they're pulling away from Doug Collins, but Warnock had the lead for most of the night. But she was pulling away from him, but he's closing that gap. She's only up by about 2,000 votes at this point. Let's see what's going on in these Democratic races. Alabama, Doug Jones is leading. So on this map, it shows that Warnock is leading. It says Georgia with 24% reporting. Warnock has the lead. On the other one that I'm looking at, we see our sister Tamara right there. She has 20,000 votes so far. I mean, this thing was so many people running, and a lot of these people are. I mean, this guy right here Ed Tarver used to be on Barack Obama's team. He was appointed to I don't know if it was a cabinet position or what, by Barack Obama, but the fact that our sister is doing so much better than a lot of these other candidates is great. So some of these other name brand people, I'm Matt Lieberman is a name that's familiar. I'm not familiar with Deborah Jackson, but you have Doug Collins, who's the fast talking Southerner. The only time you hear fast talking country European Americans or white people like that is at an auction, but they don't be talking that fast. They're methodical in their speech. I love my people in the South. The European Americans just sound a little bit different to me than my brothers, of course, because we got our slang and our little twang with it. But this guy talks like he's at an auction. Like, yo, I'm from New York, dude. Slow down. You talking too fast. But he's in not a distant third. He's on their heels. But like I said, it's good to see our sister Tamara, 20,000 votes so far, with 24% of the precincts reporting. We're still pulling for our sister. You never know what can happen. Next thing you know, we might update and she might be in third or second place. So let's see. All right, let's go back to the general election and see what that's doing. Not too much has changed. Biden is winning all of these little blue states. Of course, we know that he was going to win. Trump is still winning Maine so far. That is interesting. I think Maine, it says mixed allocation. So I believe they split their votes in Maine, if I'm not mistaken. Trump has a sizable lead in Michigan right now with 8% of the precincts reporting. Let's see. As a matter of fact, let's do a refresh. See if anything changes. Yeah, so all of these little red states, Trump is going to win those. Let's check Georgia. Yeah, he's pulling away in Georgia, but it's still early though. It's only 26% reporting, so that's interesting. I would like to know where those numbers are coming from. Let's see if we can pull up. Matter of fact, we should be able to click right on it and see. But what it's not doing is telling us in state which counties have already reported. Well, this is my first time doing this, so I'm not going to pretend like I know exactly how this whole thing works. But in the very near future, we're going to have our own setup and we'll be doing this ourselves, family. We ain't got to rely on MSNBC and NBC. We're going to have Be the Power and our other related platforms to do this type of work. So right now, Georgia it's a mixed bag. I'm seeing blue in some areas that I'm not used to seeing blue in on the Georgia map. Again, we don't know if it's just leaning blue or if it's already if those votes are already counted in these particular counties. Atlanta, I mean, you can see all the blue around Atlanta. There's one spot in there that's red, though. I don't know if y'all can see that. Right in there in Atlanta. That's interesting. Athens, of course, this is a blue city. Augusta's votes haven't been counted yet. Savannah's blue. So, I mean, this thing is still kind of early. These are some large population centers. Augusta, Macon, Georgia. Its votes haven't even been counted yet. So this is interesting. This is really, really interesting. All right, hold on, fam. All right, what just happened? Why did it say that? All right, let me see if we would. Some of my brothers are doing the live stream just to give y'all an update. Some of the Be the Power brothers are doing a live stream with ADOS California. I believe they're Black Civics. I don't think it's just the ADOS California group because I know there's a brother from Ohio that's on that stream. I was on with Sister Tamara, but they already have enough people on over there, so I decided to go live and bring y'all some election results. Okay. Let's see what's going on. What's going on? My brother Josh sent a shout out to everybody. My brother Majestic said, at least you trying, bro. Yeah, first time doing it, trying to get my John King at the CNN Magic Wall on. Let me see. ADOS North said the Electoral College shouldn't be the deciding factor. Right after that, Brian Smith says the Electoral College is a vestige of slavery. We played on the last live stream that we did that the Electoral College was literally called the slave power. So that's something to think about. They said if we got rid of the Electoral College, we would lose whatever leverage we have in United States politics or something to that effect. Otis said it's ADOS Los Angeles and ADOS California media. Yeah, he said expect some of the movement's heavy hitters: Mark Stevenson, Friday Jones, Chris Larson, Chad Brown, Ali Bay, just to name a few. Definitely, they're over there getting it in. My brother said I got the voice for it. All right, thanks, bro. And it's crazy because I could rap, like I could really spit, like I could really spit, and I never liked my voice. It's really crazy, but honest to everybody that's saying I'm doing a good job. First time doing something like this, so let me see. Black Civics brought to you by Kimberly Renee Davis Wilson, Tony Blunt, and Chris Largerson. See you tonight, fam. We're gonna give it to you straight. That's from the OG Otis. RL says I have a broken. Oh, I gotta put that one up. I have a broken finger holding cast. I can't be going back and forth with channels. I'll stay right here with BTP. Honest. So, I just want to give a shout out to the other brothers and sisters over there on the Black Civics channel that's doing their commentary. I did the walkthrough with them last night, so I already know that they're doing some great work over there with their absolutely nobody said, I bet you don't want no smoke with me lyrically. Listen, man. Listen, ADOS North said, I can't imagine you rapping, you old. Listen. Did y'all hear that Busta Bus new album? Even though he said that craziness about Caribbean started hip hop, like that's the era that I come from. That's my bar game right there. From that era, my bars is crazy. Whenever y'all want to do like an ADOS rap, or we could set that up. Y'all know I'm here for the smoke. Y'all already know I get it in. I do get it in with them bars. All right, let's see what's changed on this map. Nothing too much. North Dakota's results are starting to come in. 7% of the precincts are reporting. These areas we know are going to largely go to Trump. But, looking at Kansas, Biden is holding a healthy lead there with 37% of the precincts reporting. Looking at Missouri, it's only 2% of the precincts reporting, so it's hard to really gauge it when it's that low. But let's look back at Texas. This is still shocking to me, with 54% of the precincts reporting Biden is holding the lead. Donald Trump's on the Associated Press's electoral count, it was just 85 Biden, Trump 61. Trump's just jumped to 72. So this thing is moving, family. It's moving. It's election night. It is election night, 2020. So Trump is at 72 now. See how this. Let's take a look at Georgia. Let's see what's going on in Georgia. Trump is holding about a 250,000 vote lead. 89% of the precincts reporting. Let's take a look there and see where. See, I don't really know the map like that to know what's in between all of these little red spaces, but most of this stuff from memory, we know went to Trump in the last election. I don't know about West Palm Beach, if that went blue the last time. I can't remember, and like I said, the more we do this, the better we'll get. We'll have much better setups the next go around. We definitely won't be using StreamYard. We'll be using something more professional like Wirecast Pro, which is what I wanted to actually start out with, but it was expensive and very complicated. I mean, I didn't mind paying for it, but it was expensive and cumbersome. You pretty much needed a mini supercomputer to run the Wirecast, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to spend money on a computer like that. And this, I think it was a $600 live stream program. So StreamYard it is, family. Somebody said, what is Illinois' numbers? Majestic says, what is Trump won Illinois, brother. Trump already won Illinois. Let's go back to that. Now the key is, how do you get out of once you've okay, there he goes. Yeah, Trump already won Illinois. I mean, Biden, excuse me. Biden already won Illinois. He did great in Illinois. I didn't expect that. Who won? I'm trying to see who won. Oh, Clinton. Okay, Clinton did win Illinois in the last election. It was about the same results. Hillary Clinton won 55.2% to Donald Trump's 38.4%. So that's no shock there. I thought that Trump would do better in Illinois, to be honest with you. Biden is holding on to that lead in Ohio. I think that's crucial. Wisconsin hasn't started. They're basically saying if Biden could win Wisconsin and Ohio, that may offset Florida. And Florida is the biggest gain of the night. And Trump is starting to pull away. 90% of the precincts are reporting. I wouldn't be surprised if they started to call Florida soon. Georgia is at 33%. It's that number is jumping as we speak. It looks like it's going Donald Trump's way. Let's get back to the Georgia Senate races. Let's see what we have going on here. Lindsey Graham with 16% of the precincts reporting in South Carolina. I meant to say the South Carolina race. Lindsey Graham is leading Jamie Harrison 52.4% to 46.3%. Let's see, in the Georgia Senate race, let's check our sister Tamara and what's going on out there. I don't know why it's not going right to the Georgia results like it did before. Okay, well, I'll just bring you the live update. Okay, Sister Tamara has 27,166 votes. Raphael Warnock has retaken the lead over Kelly Loeffler. This thing looked with 32% of the vote counted. So this thing looks like it's going to be running neck and neck. Corey the Vegan said Trump won Florida by 1.2% in 2016. The way it's going right now, it's looking like Trump is going to possibly pull out Florida by the same number. Well, not really, actually. He has a sizable lead on Biden in Florida, 4% so far. That's interesting. I thought Florida would be much, much closer. Pennsylvania, which still has 8% reporting. So far, Biden is leading, but that's only 8%. That's another huge state. I think if Trump wins Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Florida, Biden would have to win. All the maps just super flipped. Okay, Biden now has 119 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 91. We see these little states like Wyoming, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota coming in. New Mexico, I mean, they're calling New Mexico for Biden without any of the votes being counted in. Trump just won Michigan. NBC just showed that Trump just won Michigan, I believe. New York just went solid blue. They just started counting. I don't know why they have New York as solid blue. But New Mexico, that's interesting. We'll keep up. I don't understand how some of these are going solid blue without the votes being called. But we see Biden has just picked up, according to the Associated Press, which is what I'm looking at right now. He's just picked up a bunch more electoral votes. And the general said Trump got his jab working in Florida. Let me see. Nefaraj says Trump will take Georgia and Florida. Let me scroll through some of these comments. Durbin won the Senate in Illinois. Absolutely nobody said if Trump loses the big three Midwestern states, he's toast. That's true. Ohio, yeah, and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Wisconsin hasn't started doing anything yet. Faraj said, I thought Ohio would be red. Me too. Places like Ohio, I thought could go blue. but to actually see it still leaning blue right now, it is a shock. You know, I've been watching this thing intently for the past couple days. I woke up this morning on it. Let me see. Absolutely nobody said the ex-felons will be able to vote now. It should be closer in Florida. Let me see. Q Wallace said, I heard New York is tarring and feathering Trump supporters. Now they're out there actually fighting right now. Oh no, they're actually out there fighting right now. It was so funny because they blocked up the white. I think it's the White Stone Bridge in the Bronx. The Trump supporters, and they was saying something to AOC, and AOC put out a tweet that said, "I took the Throgs Neck Bridge because I heard there was a pileup of chumps on the White Stone." I thought that was funny. Let me see. Absolutely nobody says the fact that you get out of prison and don't regain your right to vote automatically makes no sense. Yeah, I think it's unconstitutional. I don't think that has ever been properly challenged. And this is what we have to do as reparationists. We have to really, really push for the type of policies that we need to see. I think they have. Oh no, they have. NBC has Florida too close to call with Trump and Biden. Bring my brother Grim on with us. Let me see. Absolutely nobody said New York is wilding. Yes, they are. Peace, Black Pack said, be the power. Let's go, fam. Oh, let me see. Otis said, dense populations in a few urban areas in New Mexico. So that could explain why. Let me see. They still have 0% reporting, but the Associated Press has it dark blue. That part is still confusing to me. Trump still has the lead in Maine, even though it's only 2% reporting. He's still pulling away in Georgia. Georgia is funny because it's only 34% of the precincts reporting. So NBC has Biden with 80 electoral votes and Trump with 48. But what we're looking at from the Associated Press has Biden with 119 electoral votes and Trump with 92. See what our sister Tamara is doing. Our sister Tamara has 27,830 votes. Loeffler has retaken the lead from Warnock. She's leading by about 8,000 votes. So this thing is starting to heat up. Obviously. More states are starting to count. Colorado, Biden is doing good in Colorado with 22% of the precincts reporting. He's doing good in Kansas. He's doing good in Missouri. Trump is still doing good in Florida, Georgia, Michigan, and Maine. The other states have been called so far. But of course, besides the ones that are light blue, where you have Pennsylvania with 9% of the precincts reporting, Trump is, Biden is in the lead. In Ohio, Biden is maintaining a grip on that Ohio lead at 59%. In North Carolina, with 77% of the precincts reporting, that close has tightened up a lot. Let me see. Did NBC call Ohio? No, they didn't. They have Ohio as too early to call. But that North Carolina race is really, really close, 51%. So Yeah, Majestic DeAndre says the popular vote doesn't mean anything. Sister Nephara says Trump has the popular vote so far, which is really, really interesting. Let me see. Otis says states' rights, 14th Amendment allows disenfranchisement once convicted. Yeah, and that's really more of the 10th Amendment with the powers belonging, being basically divvied up between the federal government, the states, and then the people. So what the 10th Amendment basically does is give the private citizen more power to influence elections, just more power in general. Well, when you look at a lot of militias or what's being called militias, I'm gonna stop using that term for them because they do not fit the definition of militia. They fit the definition of rebels to me. But their two main amendments is the Second Amendment and the 10th Amendment. Those are the two amendments that they live and die by right there. So Purple Glitter says she just passed the Trump parade. Absolutely nobody said Trump should really be worried right now. And these blue-leaning Midwest states could spell a landslide. Yeah, you're right, because you got to think about, vigilantes, Otis. That's a better word. Rebel vigilantes. Lighthead says, stop calling them militia, call them terrorists. That's another rebel vigilante terrorist. Let's keep adding to the list, family. Let me see. Yeah, let me pull this comment up. Absolutely nobody said Trump should really be worried right now. And these blue-leaning Midwest states could spell a landslide. And I think that's true because once New York and Texas is too early to call, Biden leads in Texas by 0.6%. Woo. That's interesting. All right, let's go to Texas. All right, let's pull Texas back up. Let's pull Texas back up. Let's see. Texas is really, 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 really close right now. But you look, is a lot of those places are too close to call. You see Houston, you see San Antonio, you see Corpus Christi and the counties below that. You see Dallas is blue. It's hard. Well, Corpus Christi looks like went to Trump. We got El Paso out here, but I don't think that this particular county is an El Paso county. I'm not sure. It's hard if more blue doesn't come in, and we know that Dallas, Austin, Houston, San Antonio are dense population areas. It's hard to see how Biden wins Texas if these little gray areas start turning red. He would need significant areas to turn blue down here in Texas to win this state. But right now, it is razor close, about 24,000 votes separating the two. So we're gonna keep our eye on Texas as well. Only 57% of the precincts reporting, and that's reflected in the gray in this electoral map. So let's go back to show all states and see what's going on. Minnesota, 1% reporting. That's too early to really make. Wisconsin, 1% reporting. Trump has opened up with the 52 to 46% lead, but those votes are so low right now to even really consider. Kansas and Colorado, if I'm not mistaken, these are states that went to Trump in the last election. Matter of fact, let us pull up the last election map. Let's see. Also, the Democrats are leading the race for the House right now, 40-38. So that's another interesting. That is another interesting dynamic as well. I want to pull up 2016's electoral map. See if we could get this thing done. Our sister Tamara has 31,193 votes. Hey, she's in there, and
That's
I'm
powerful.
oh yeah, I'm proud. Warnock just retook the lead over Kelly Loeffler. He's up 2,000. He's up 2,000 votes there. So let us look at the electoral map. I wish I could do a split. This is why we're going to upgrade. We're not going to stay on live stream for too much longer, family. We are going to really get sophisticated over here at Be the Power with this thing, because by the time we do the next elections, which will be the 2022 the congressional push that we are going to be really, really driving here at Be the Power, our whole platform is going to be different. So let us go and pull up the 2016 electoral map. So we see the blue areas. I don't know why they have it shaded like this. I don't know why it's shaded like this. Let's stop this and go to. Let's go to something else. Let's go to a different one, because I don't think this one. Here we go. Much better. Much better. Yeah, our sister hanging in there, Grim.
That's word, man. That's powerful, But that just goes to show you, uh, man, when if the national support, comes in, man, and people start adhering to those ideas and stuff like that, man, that'll drive her. That'll drive her up, man. I wish the sister continued success.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So right now, looking at this map, right now we could already see a change. And it's so bad that I can't pull up both at the same time. But you look across from Colorado, Kansas, and Missouri. And then you go back, if you look at the live electoral map, right now, all of these are leading Biden. And it looks like Biden is going to win all three of these. But when you look at Colorado, Kansas, and Missouri, Trump took Kansas City and Missouri in 2016. While Colorado looks like it's going to stay blue, New Mexico is staying blue. Arizona is another state that some believe that Biden may have a chance at. I don't see that, to be honest with you. Virginia went blue in 2016. Virginia's already been called for this particular race for Biden. North Carolina is still in play. That race is razor tight. 100,000. It looks like about a 100,000 point lead for Joe Biden right now. Those numbers just flipped up for Biden a little bit. But the Republicans, Trump took that state in 2016, as we can see. So let me see. Where am I? Oh, Illinois stayed blue. I don't know why I thought Illinois was going to go red. Ohio and Pennsylvania, these two are huge. Ohio and Pennsylvania are huge for Biden. If Trump wins, I think if Trump wins Georgia, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania, I don't know, man. It might be over, but I don't know. It's too many little states that I didn't think that would vote for Trump that are turning Trump's way. I mean, Biden's way right now. Texas
Yeah,
is
he just
still
got Colorado, from what I understand.
Huh?
He just got Colorado. Biden
Okay,
just
let me
won
see.
Colorado.
Let me do a refresh. All right, it's not showing on the Associated Press, but yeah, he's probably going to take it. He's probably going to take it. Ohio, 62% reporting Trump is definitely closing the lead in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, with 13% of the precincts reporting, Biden is maintaining a sizable lead there. Georgia hasn't been called yet. Well, Georgia still has 37% reporting. That's interesting. That is interesting. Florida is at 91%. Biden is down about 300,000 votes there. So Florida is interesting. Florida is interesting. Let's see. All right, so I'm going to take this off, put our live election map back up. Again, family, we're using the Associated Press. If you would like to contribute to our platform, you can use the super chat. You could also send a contribution to the Cash App handle Be the Power, $ Be the Power. You could become a Patreon if you want to make monthly contributions as well. Somebody said, please, no more Angela Stantons. Okay, yeah, let's check in on Angela Stanton with her Republican self. Angela Stanton is a mixed bag. What is she running for? Congressional seat 18? One of y'all tell me what seat Angela Stanton is running for. Let's see what's going on. Oh, Angela Stanton King is getting washed in Georgia right now. Let's pull up Angela Stanton's results. As you can see, Angela Stanton is getting washed. Nakima Williams, the Democrat, is just blowing her out. But only 15% of the vote has been counted. But that is still a very, very large lead. Kenneth White said, man, we cannot have Biden-Harris win without an agenda for ADOS. I mean, let's pull that up. Look, this is the candidates that the Democratic National Convention, the DNC, gave to us. It's our job to go to them with our agenda. It's always been our job to take our agenda to the candidates. They're going to always neglect us. And this is one of the things that we speak about here on Be the Power. We have to take our agenda to them. And for the most part, they've rejected that agenda. ADOS as a whole group, not particularly any individuals, they have castigated from Don Lemon to Roland Martin to just a lot of people in the mainstream media, period. They have castigated the group, calling it xenophobic, et cetera, et cetera. So for us, we have to be mindful and learning our lessons in this election. What didn't we do right? It's just like we said on Sister Tamara Johnson Shirley's live stream tonight. And as we've said in the past when we were doing our catching up with Tamara segments, that she's giving us a blueprint for what to do in the upcoming elections. We're getting a blueprint from that sister. So everything right now is basically a stage setting for how we move forward in the future. The more people we get on board with our reparationist ideology, particularly among America's descendants of slavery, the more we can have a voice and say, have a voice enough to whereas we cannot be ignored by any politicians anywhere, because look at the noise that the movement has made thus far around reparations. It's made a big enough noise. 2022, congressional focus. 2024, we got another presidential race to run. So we take the mistakes, the failures, we take the successes, and we build on the successes, we eliminate the mistakes. Point blank, period. And that's how we take our agenda to the next election, basically. But we have to take the agenda. We can't rely on them to give us an agenda anymore. Their main objectives is always about their people. Their main objectives is always about their people. So let's pull up our live election results, see what's going on. Okay. Let's pull this comment up. Otis said midterms should see 200 plus ADOS candidates elected out of 350 to 400 vying. Like, that is the congressional push that we talk about here on Be the Power. The OG Otis just captured that sentiment with that sentence. Midterm should see 200 plus ADOS candidates elected out of 350 to 400 vying, period. So, you know, Brother Grimm, you wanted to speak to anything? I got to mute out real quick. I had to mute you out because I could hear your TV and
Oh, peace, brother, man. I ain't had much to say. I'm analyzing it too. I'm basically, going between MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News. But man, basically, as far as the reporting, either way, this probably could be a good situation, with the whole Trump thing, minus the issues that we have to deal with to get what we have to get for reparations. The bottom line, man, is that we basically bouncing between somebody that's gonna not fully embrace a reformatory and reparationist agenda, but and in between also a straight a fascist, the preparations, man, for a fascist government, in my opinion. So that's basically where I'm at with it, brother, man. And we just got a long way to go as a people, as a group. We have a long way to go as a nation. And tonight, and probably night tonight, but the next few weeks, man, is going to tell where this country is actually going to go for a long, long time in its future.
Yes, indeed. I had to take a quick bathroom break, family. But oh yeah. I didn't catch everything you were saying. I caught the end. Let's see. Arthur Ward, peace, brother. Arthur Ward is in the building. He said Trump is gonna win. Hey, it's a possibility. It is a possibility. Otis said we have 24 months to make it happen. I mean, 24 months to make it happen, family. Otis says this nation has been leaning towards fascism since Goldwater used the mushroom cloud. Yeah, look, I will even go back further than that and say this country's been leaning towards fascism when the Electoral College got implemented. But I definitely feel what you're saying because a lot of these people kind of wrote the playbook on what we're seeing right now. Let me see. Let's look at these live election results. Nothing has changed thus far. Biden has picked up some more electoral votes. He's at 122 according to the Associated Press. Let's see. Let's look at the numbers in Florida. Look at this thing in Florida. 63% of the precincts reporting. And the south tip of Florida is turning blue. It's turning blue. Those dense urban areas we see, San Antonio, Austin, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, looks like it went to Trump. But none of these are solid. So it's hard to tell. But I guess even showing it shaded, it still means leads. Yeah, this is who has the lead. So these blue areas so far are showing that these are the densely populated areas where a lot of the votes are coming in at. A lot of this is probably going to be filled in with red. Oh, no, they didn't call Michigan yet. They still have Michigan too close to call. They have North Carolina is too early to call. Ohio is too early to call. I'm peeking over at NBC right now on my TV. Georgia, they still have Georgia as too early to call. Wow, that's interesting. So they have on the NBC has 89 to 63 Biden over Trump. I'm looking this where we're looking at right now is coming from the Associated Press. So Majestic says the government hates Trump. Let's pull that up. The government hates Trump because he is destroying their democracy, which is actually not a bad thing for ADOS. I mean, there's several ways that we could unpack that, brother DeAndre. I mean, at the end of the day, Trump is the government right now. The Mitch McConnell is the Speaker of the House. I mean, the leader of the Senate, I should say. And he's blocking any progressive bills, whether it affects, and some of those bills have things in them that do, or I should say may positively affect ADOS. I don't know how, and this is just my opinion, I don't know how, Trump or democracy being destroyed fares for us as a people, because there's going to be those of us that are not rocking with Trump at all, like me. I don't rock with Trump at all. I can't see how his presidency benefits me at all, to be honest with you. So, but that's my opinion. That's my opinion. Brother Corey, the ADOS vegan, says, I have a feeling that BTP ADOS will groom some powerful leaders in the next few months. That's the plan, brother. That is the plan. That is definitely the plan. So right now, everything is going on, and we just gonna keep everybody posted.
I think they need 4 seats to take over Congress, I think.
Yep. The Senate race is 40 to 38 so far. It is in favor of the Democrats.
That's interesting.
Let me see.
I think the current electoral count right now is what 89 to 70, I think.
For the general election,
Yeah, what's the electoral count does for?
it is. I should have it up like this: 122 Biden, 92 Trump. What we gonna do with West Virginia is. I must have clicked on that on accident. But yeah, so we got 122 for Joe Biden, and this is according to the Associated Press. NBC shows it as 89 Biden to 72 Trump. Make sure y'all hit the share button, family. Share this out to everybody. Let them know that we are live doing some election night updates. Majestic said no, it's Biden 129 to 94. I don't know. Let me see. Let me do a refresh. On this one, it still shows 122, but different media outlets report differently. Let's check in on our sister Tamara. Tamara has 39,000 votes. Loeffler has retaken the lead from Warnock with 44% of the votes counted. So that race is going down to the wire, it seems like. That race is going down to the wire. Doug Collins is still holding that third position strong, but it doesn't look like he's going to get the bump that he's looking for because I think Loeffler, no, I don't think I know. Loeffler was appointed by Brian Kemp, and they absolutely love Kemp, that cheated down here in Georgia. So yeah, he's probably going to lose Florida, Texas, and Georgia. That is true. My brother Ali just put that in the chat. So it's those. I think they said even if he's holding that lead in Ohio, definitely. Let's check the Ohio numbers. He has about a 51,000 vote lead in Ohio with 67% of the precincts reporting. So that's I think that's good for Biden because he's pretty much held that lead since he first got the lead. Let's check the South Carolina Senate race. Lindsey Graham is with 29% of the precincts reporting. Lindsey Graham is winning 54.8% to Jamie Harrison's 43.8%. 29% reporting. That doesn't look good for Jamie Harrison, I got to say. And I'm looking at the map, and there's only 2 gray areas. So that doesn't look good for Jamie Harrison right now at all. Okay, I just seen the numbers jump. Biden has 131 electoral votes to 92.
That's hilarious, man. I'm sitting there, I'm thinking, man, That guy Trump, man, fighting for his life, man. We talk about it a lot in private,
Hmm.
But man, brother, man, he's fighting for his life because he know once he leaves that White House, if he loses this election, it's going to be an all-out legal onslaught between, the things that they dug up about the Trump organization in Manhattan. It's going to flip over to a new attorney general's office.
Oh
Man,
yeah.
so Trump fighting for his life. When I
Oh
think
yeah.
about it, man, it's hilarious. Like it's just like you can't say you don't have a dog in the hunt, but the bottom line is, I think somebody said it in the chat group too, man. It's like, as far as the concept of reparations, it's gonna fall on deaf ears. Trump gonna push his platinum plan, which is absolutely nothing, and then Biden, man, is just probably gonna outright ignore it. For that, and like I said, I don't think he gonna do 2 terms. Kamala might come up, somebody else might come up, man. But man, I just look at it as, man, we have man, people, American descendants of slavery, man. We just gotta we have to up the ante, man, in some way, shape, form, or fashion, as far as organizing to get these people, man, to actually begin to entertain in a real serious way, man, our uh wants, needs, and desires, man, as far as reparations, man. It's just it's just one of them things, man. It's an uphill battle.
Oh yeah. It's looking like Trump has taken the lead in Wisconsin. That was one of the states that the Biden campaign really, really wanted to get. And right now, with 22% of the precincts reporting, Trump has a pretty good lead. Let's check Georgia. With 47% of the precincts reporting, and Trump has again, he has a sizable lead, but it's not an insurmountable lead. You have a lot of gray areas left. Um, yeah, some places that I thought we seen that spot in Atlanta earlier that was red. It has now flipped blue. So we have some blue popping up in Georgia. Georgia is interesting. When you live down here in a state like this, a part of you wants to see it turn blue. Just off GP, because these you come across some racist people down here, man. I got to be honest with you. You come across, but I tell people all the time, I've experienced more racism in New York than I have in Georgia, and I've been down here 11 years so far. Matter of fact, this month I think makes 12 years that I've been in Georgia. Wow. No, not this month. I'm bugging. September. September made 11 years. I am bugging. I am bugging. But yeah, family, this thing is heating up. This
Yeah.
Georgia race is, but Trump is only leading by about 300,000 votes. So, but I'm thinking with some of these gray areas get filled in, and some of these parts of Georgia, I can't see them going blue, but I see some areas that are blue that traditionally you're not used to seeing blue down here in southwest Georgia. And then you still have some gray areas down here as well. So this thing is still not over yet. It's not over that every vote is counted. So let's go back to live results. Matter of fact, let's go to Florida. Let's see what's popping in Florida right now. They're saying that it's too early to call. They're saying that it's too early to call in Florida. But Trump definitely has a lead there. And he has about a 300,000 vote lead. And there's no gray areas. Oh, there's one. No, I don't even think. No, that's not even a gray area. There's no gray area. So now they're just waiting for the votes to fully come in Florida. But from the way it looks right now,
Brother Ali Bey just said that it looked like he lost his lead in Ohio so far.
They projected Colorado for Biden. Let's look at Ohio.
And Milwaukee results, they just reported Milwaukee won't have their final results till about 6 a.m.
Damn. Yeah, Trump just took the lead in Ohio. He just took the lead. Trump's starting to run it up in these big states. You know, you look at Cleveland, you look at Toledo, you look at Columbus, you look at Dayton, you look at Cincinnati. These are large African American areas, usually where you find a lot of African American areas with a lot of African Americans. You're going to find a lot of immigrants there too. Obviously, a lot of those immigrants are going to vote blue. Some of them are voting against the policies of bad or poorly done immigration, I should say. Some of them, they get over here, like Brother Josh said, and close the door behind them. They want to close the door behind themselves. So, but that's interesting. Right now, it's looking like Trump is about to. It's looking like Trump is about to turn this thing up. It is looking like Trump. Let's see what. Let's go to all states for a minute. Let's look. Biden is at 191. Minnesota went blue the last time, so there's no shock there. Let us look at Pennsylvania. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has some large chunks of blue in there. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Allentown, Erie. Okay, let us look at the House races.
I'll be back in a second, brother man.
Okay. Let's go to the House races. According to the Associated Press, well, the Senate races, excuse me. It's 41-38 so far. The Democrats, that's one of their biggest things. They feel that the Senate is in play. There are senators who are obviously holding their seats in a lot of these red states. I mean, nothing is really changing too much in the map when it comes to the general election and the Senate races. So let's go back to our live election results. Let's check in on our sister Tamara Shirley as well. See how she's doing. Right now, 49% of the vote is counted in Georgia. Loeffler is leading Warnock by 11,000 votes. Our sister Tamara Johnson Shirley has 43,000 votes. I mean, that is great. 43,000 votes. 43,000 votes. That is great. That is great. You know, I have my own personal threshold that I wanted to see the sister get to. in a race with such heavy hitters and not a lot of support, doing a lot of the footwork on her own, and she's reaching that threshold. I'm ecstatic about it. I am ecstatic about it because it shows that with the right coalition and enough time, we got 2 more years until the next. This is a special election in Georgia that we can really make the inroads that we need with this congressional push. I think somebody asked me, am I rocking with Biden? I don't rock with Biden. I don't rock with Trump. I do not rock with none of those devils at all. Let me see. A lot of I don't know if that NBC is showing House races or Senate races right now, but let me see. No, we keeping this thing moving. We keeping it moving, family. Final Electoral College map 2016. I'm gonna keep this up. A lot of the Senate races are still gray areas. Florida, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Wisconsin, Missouri. These places are not really showing any results. Biden just won Connecticut. I mean, those are states that Biden, he's going to win places like Connecticut. It's the big states that they're looking to flip. Right now, Trump is leading in Ohio. No results are coming in from Iowa yet. The South Carolina race is too early to call, but it's looking like Lindsey Graham is going to win. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if some of these people, because the Republicans do cheat. Joe Biden won D.C. This is no shot. In Pennsylvania, with only 18% of precincts reporting, Biden is still holding a significant lead there. So it'll be interesting to see where Pennsylvania is at, around 36% of the precincts reporting. Ohio, let's check Ohio. Trump is with 74% of the precincts reporting. Trump has about a 95,000 vote lead. So that just flipped within the past half hour because Biden was holding I don't want to say a comfortable lead, but he maintained a lead there. Missouri is tight. They're in a virtual tie in Missouri. Wisconsin, 30% reporting. So far, Trump is winning. Let's look. So as we can see, votes in the highly dense area like Madison, Milwaukee are blue, and Kenosha, it's red. Oshkosh, we see red. Green Bay Green Bay is red. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. but I guess I will. All clear. I don't know if I'm saying that right, but you still have a lot of gray area. It's hard to not think that a lot of these places are going to go for Trump. A lot of the African American population is concentrated in places like Milwaukee and Madison. So that's going to be interesting. But right now, Biden has the lead, but it looks like if everything stays on its course, it looks like Trump is going to win this election again. Let's check Texas again. Yeah, Texas is still has a lot of gray, but as I said earlier, a lot of those gray areas are filling in red. And Trump has about a 200,000 vote lead there. So that is interesting with 67% of the precincts reporting. So Texas is probably going to be a little while before Texas gets called. Go back to all states and make sure y'all, if y'all watching from YouTube, click the like button. I know we don't have that many live viewers on YouTube, but we have live viewers on Facebook and we have live viewers on YouTube as well. So this is one of the rare times we have as many viewers on our Facebook as we have on our YouTube channel. Our YouTube numbers are low, and it's all good. The more we do this, the more we're gonna uh, grow this channel. We've only, my brother Ali just said Biden has to win California. I think Biden wins California easily, like he's going to win New York. But Biden has to win. If he's going to pull this off, he has to win. He's going to have to win Pennsylvania, which has 20 electoral votes. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, I think it's over. It's over. I think if Trump comes back and Pennsylvania only has 20% reporting, Michigan is looking like with only 28% of the reporting, Trump is going to win Michigan. Of course, he's going to take New York. I mean, New York has 29 electoral votes. That's not where this thing gets ran up at. It gets ran up in all of these little states in between. All of this little stuff adds up. And then you get to the big places like Texas with 38 electoral votes, Florida with 29 electoral votes, Georgia has 16 electoral votes. So that's where those big leads come in at. Now, I am surprised that, let's go to North Carolina. Biden is still leading in North Carolina, but it is a razor thin razor thin lead. And I mean razor thin. And they have 87% of precincts reporting. If Biden loses Texas and Florida, that's, I don't know how he's going to catch up after that. North Carolina, and Biden is going to need North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and one of those other big electoral states if he's going to remain viable in this thing. Because if not, we're looking at another 4 years of Trump. Let's see. Somebody said PA just turned red. Oh, PA just turned red. Here we go. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, I think I'm just gonna call it on this platform. It's so hard to see another path to victory for Biden. I mean, he would literally have to win Nevada, and he would have to run the board. And right now, he's down in Wisconsin, he's down in Michigan, he's down in Ohio, he's down in a lot of these states where I don't see no pathway to victory for Biden. Wait, PA just flipped back blue. So I think that's going to happen. I kind of figured that would happen, that Pennsylvania is going to flip back and forth between blue and red until it stays one solid color. Right now, everything that went red stayed red. Everything that went red stayed red. So by that reasoning, everything that we see in light red, Texas, Kansas, Missouri, Georgia, Florida, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Ohio, more than likely is going to go for Trump. I don't see how Biden wins with that math. I just don't see it. Let's see. Yeah, it's looking like Biden is going to more than likely lose Florida. Yeah, Trump is pulling away in Florida. Let's look at Georgia. I don't know, man. I think Trump. Let's click on Georgia and see if there's more gray areas. We still have some gray areas in Georgia. There's more blue than I expected. I'm surprised by that, but he needs about 330 something thousand votes to close that gap in Georgia. And I don't know, man. Texas still has a lot of gray. I think Biden is still in play in Texas. They have 68% of their precincts reporting. Let's see. Corey said PA and NC are super tight. Yes, they are. Show all states. Let's see what it's looking like. PA has flipped back red. And I mean, it flipped back red. It by a 20,000 vote flip. So let's click on PA. Ooh. Biden needs to win all of those gray areas and hope that some of these red leaning areas turn red. I think if Biden loses Pennsylvania, it's over. We got another 4 years of Trump. Okay, let's check out our candidate in Georgia. Our sister Tamara Johnson Shirley has 47,835 votes. That's great. I want her to crack that 50,000 mark. That means a lot. Kelly Loeffler is leading Warnock. They are in a virtual tie. She leads by 0.2%, and you know that there's always a margin of error when live votes are coming in. Brother Ali said the House race is not looking good for the Democrats. And let me see, House race is 2020. Oh yeah, let's close out this. Let's pull up the house races, so y'all can see what's going on in the House. This might be, ooh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that right there. That is very interesting. We may be, and it just flipped, just since we've been on. The House race, 86 to 63. They need 218 for the majority. Could you imagine America under all red rule? We will truly be living in a fascist state. COVID. That's what my concern is. COVID, right? Under the Republican regime. They've botched it. They've told people go out to work. It's okay. It's nothing. People have died. People have contracted this disease and died. That's my concern with the Republicans. If somebody was to ask me about what concerns me out of anything, well, outside of having an all fascist up and down red government, I think that should be concerning to us as American descendants of slavery, because fascism is what we lived under in the South from, man, I can't even say from then until now. Forget trying to put a pause. There was no pause. We lived under fascism. But COVID got to be scarier than that, because these devils will say no more unemployment, no more stimulus. Y'all get to work. We're going to give y'all these placebo vaccines. And hey, it is what it is. Peace. I see my sister Nepal in the building. Peace, sister Nepal. Welcome to the BTP platform. Arthur Ward said, "What I tell you, Naheem? Yeah, it's looking like they're running it up right now. They are running it up right now." All right, so I'm going to go back to the live election results. Did I share this? Oh, I didn't even share the screen. Okay, so let's go back. The Senate race is tight as well. It's starting to pick up. 41 for the Dems, 39 for the Republicans. Let us go back to our live election updates. Again, we are using the Associated Press. Let's bring that back up on the screen. So we're looking at right now, Biden is holding the electoral lead, but the way it's looking right now, I don't see how, I just don't see how he wins. I don't see how Biden wins if this thing goes the way that it's going right now. Arizona, let's look at Arizona. Arizona is leaning blue. Biden has a lead there with 65% of the precincts reporting now. Arizona went red last election. So we have to look out for that. And it looks like Trump is maintaining his lead in Texas. Let's go to Texas again. Yeah, a lot of those gray areas are starting to fill out, and they're not turning blue. So I don't, outside of the densely populated areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, Houston, San Antonio, Corpus Christi, El Paso, I don't see how Biden wins unless he gets a large showing from the white voting class there. It looks like our votes have already been cast in these states, and it looks like we went blue across the board in these densely populated cities where African Americans are known to inhabit. Outside of that, you can't blame us. Minnesota, Iowa. Biden is leading in Iowa with only 4% voting. That's too early to do anything with. 38% reporting in Wisconsin. And Trump is leading. He's leading in Michigan. But Michigan is still only 32%. So that is interesting. That is interesting. Trump is leading in Ohio with 77% reporting. Let's click on Ohio. Yeah, all of the gray is filled out in Ohio. So again, you got your urban centers, Cleveland, Columbus, Dayton, Cincinnati. This is where Toledo, this is where you'll have a large African American and immigrant or those with immigrant background population. So pretty much those are gonna more than likely stay and turn solid blue. Without any of these other red patches turning blue, I don't see how Trump wins Ohio. I don't see how Trump wins Ohio. Let's look at Pennsylvania. Trump is winning in Pennsylvania. I mean, he's taking a sizable lead in Pennsylvania right now. I don't see how Trump wins. I don't see how Trump wins. So Biden, my brother Ali is crunching the numbers. He's saying Biden has to win Minnesota and Arizona. And that's the one thing that we didn't do. And I should have been prepared to like crunch the numbers on air to give y'all all a better electoral count road to, how they do it on mainstream media with the road, how many votes are needed here, what state Biden has to win or Trump has to win. Right now, Trump is actually leading in the popular vote by over 1 million votes. It looks like around 1.3 million votes. So that's interesting. That is really interesting. North Carolina has flipped red to Trump with 90% reporting. They still NBC still has Ohio too early to call, but Trump is leading there right now. If you are a Biden supporter, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. Matter of fact, let me see. Minnesota. Biden is leading in Minnesota. Biden has a sizable lead, but it's only 38% of precincts counting. It's not looking like, I don't know, Wisconsin may still be in play. Missouri, it's looking like, well, Trump has taken the lead there. Biden held a lead early. Montana, 17% reporting. It's only 3 electoral votes, but at this point, you need all the votes. You need all of them. So right now, it's looking like Trump is getting them. Like Trump is winning Maine, but it's only 12% of the precincts reporting. But I mean, that's still kind of crazy. So this Trump looked like he's running it up, family. It's looking like we're going to have another 4 years of Trump. And it's not looking good in the House. 92 House seats to 74 Democratic seats. White supremacy has come out in full force. And not just white supremacy, but the Senate race is now tied, 41 apiece. We may be looking at an all-red administration for the next couple of years with the, I think, what is that, a 5-2? No, excuse me, what's the 5-4 majority on the Supreme Court? Is that 5-4, 6-3? Ooh, America is about to go through a very, very crazy time. Got my brother Ali. I'm gonna mute out real quick.
Oh, no doubt. Wow. So look, I'm looking at this map, man, and my goodness, particularly the house races. Now, this is to me unexpected, right? I didn't expect to see these kinds of numbers with the house races. And we're moving across the country. We still have Idaho, Nevada, California, Oregon, Washington, but pretty much, I mean, these numbers are already starting to come in. I just saw another Alabama win, and I believe it was a judge in Alabama. See, this is the thing, man. These Democrats, this is the Democrats' fault. This is the Democrats' fault. They put 2 people at the top of the ticket that we made clear that we didn't want. We made it very clear during the primaries that we did not want Joe Biden or Kamala Harris, right? Black Americans are the base, the most loyal base of the Democratic Party. Our people vote in the biggest block. Everybody else's vote is split. White people's votes are split. Latino votes are split. Asian votes are split. Everybody's votes are split except ours. Ours are pretty much in one place, right? And we've been like that for at least the last 50 years. At the very least, these people in the Democratic Party could have taken heed to what it was that we were trying to tell them during the primaries. Tried to tell them. These coons in South Carolina delivered up Joe Biden. Was a terrible candidate. It's no way, as much sanitizing as people want to do with that man, there was no way to really sanitize his record. Somebody asked me, I think it was one of my cousins, one of my younger cousins asked on a post that I made that it wasn't really my post. Let me just say this. It wasn't really my post. It was a post where I kind of like copied and pasted something that someone else put together, but it was Joe Biden's record in the Senate. This man's been in the Senate 47 years or something like this. And so it was a complete breakdown of his record, right? But it's pretty embarrassing, like when you really look at it and see all of the things that he's done and all of the stuff that he hasn't done. Consider the relationships that he's had over the years, friends with segregationists, racist people, the comments about racial jungle. He didn't want his children going to a school that was going to become a racial jungle because he was against court-ordered busing for integration of public schools. He was against it. And he said, you know, if this thing is not done right, it could become a racial jungle. Some people didn't find a problem with that. Here's the problem with him using language like that. If the school is going to become a jungle, whose kids are the animals in that jungle? My kids or your kids, Joe? Things like that are very problematic. The Democrats trying to flip this thing and make it seem like black people were at fault for the crime bill. Black people were buying into this craziness too. That's what's bad about it. We actually let these people convince us that the crime bill was actually our fault. It was actually something that we wanted.
That's right.
They sold us this narrative, and our people started perpetuating the same thing. Yeah, the crime bill. We had black mayors. How many black mayors? Like, break it down. What were the numbers? How many black mayors were there in 1994 or 93 that were for the crime bill? How many black mayors were there really? Then you have some letter that came from a bunch of black clergy members. What does that have to do with anything? That's not the population. That's not, they don't represent the 40-something million black people in this country. So some handful of black clergy wrote a letter about how they was for the crime bill. So a handful of black mayors, I guarantee you in 1994, I don't know the count, but I bet you if you look it up, it wasn't that many black mayors in this country in 1994. Probably wasn't. And if there was a whole bunch of them, how many of them were for this crime bill? The thing that people don't realize is they try to say the CBC was for it. That's not completely true. There's a great piece in the New York Times that was done back in, I believe, 2016 called "Did Black People Really Support That Crime Bill?" And when you go into that particular article, it breaks down how black people in the CBC didn't support that crime bill. They actually offered a couple of alternative bills.
Let me jump in real quick. I just want to inform the family that Lindsey Graham has defeated Jamie Harrison.
Yep.
In South Carolina.
I saw that.
You not look. This I didn't mean to cut. I want you to finish, but I want to say this. What we're witnessing right now is the full power of whiteness in the United States of America and those whom they were able to sway. It is on display right now because all of these different news outlets were talking about this blowout that was supposed to be happening. And we don't know if Russia is involved. We don't know if any of the things that was happening in 2016 is happening right now. But as of right now, from this vantage point, we are looking at whiteness on display. And I think that this victory is going to signal something greater to these white Christian terrorist extremists here in the United States of America. I really do.
Yeah. Yeah. So just to finish that last point, the CBC actually offered alternative bills that got shot down by the Republican-controlled Congress at the time. But they weren't for it just the way that people are saying that they were for that crime bill. They weren't. So the whole point of what I'm trying to say is we've allowed people to shift the blame for a lot of things that occur in this country under the guise of white supremacy onto us. And we've accepted it. We've allowed them to lay a lot of shit at our feet, and we accept that. We accept it from them. Without question, we accept it from them. Then we perpetuate it and then shame each other about it as if it was our fault. None of this is our fault. If you look at the Senate race is tied now, 41-41. The Republicans are in the lead in the House race. Unbelievable. I didn't expect that at all.
I didn't expect that neither, bro. I thought the Democrats was going to run up the House race. I thought they were going to flip the Senate. Right now, we are on course for I call the Republican Party fascist. We are on course for all fascist government, and the next couple of years are going to be really, really interested. And all of those people that didn't want to listen to us, that tried to shame the movement that is ADOS, regardless of what little rifts and beefs that's going on, we are technically on the same page with our political push and our push for reparations. I could at least speak for us over here insofar as reparations is concerned. But outside of that, man, we are on the same page politically, and Don Lemon, all of these people, they put out these reports with Shireen Mitchell, aka Digital Sister, Joy Reid got back at it, and this is going to be a referendum on those people that keep thumbing their noses up at us. Right now, the House seat, the House election results, Republican Party 100, it just went up again. Democratic Party 76. 76. So right now, whiteness is on full display in America. Whiteness is on full display in America. And let's go back over these states. Wisconsin, 41% of the precincts reporting Trump has about a 60,000 point lead so far. Michigan, 35% of the precincts reporting 16 electoral votes. Trump has about a 200,000 vote lead there. Ohio, man, that just flipped when I clicked on it. Trump has a 300,000 vote lead there. Pennsylvania, Trump has about a 100,000 and some change lead there. 200,000. I'm just saying, like this. Let's go. North Carolina is close, so it's only about 100,000 point lead with 91% of the precincts reporting. Georgia is, it's only 58% of the precincts reporting in Georgia, but Trump has held that lead damn near all night. It started off blue. Let's go to Florida. 91% of the precincts reporting. Let's go to Texas. Trump is down with 70% of the precincts reporting. Trump down 300,000. Up 300,000 votes. We are about to go into Ali, have you crunched any numbers to see how Biden wins if all these states stay red? Does Biden have a path to victory once he's going to win California? But
man, I don't know. I don't know, bro. Like, really, I'm looking at it here. He has to win Arizona. He has to win Montana. He has to win Minnesota. He has to win Iowa. The remaining states he has to win, because he's going to lose Texas. He's going to lose Florida. He's going to lose Georgia. He's going to lose South Carolina. North Carolina. That's what's going to happen. He's going to lose Missouri. Texas, Florida, and Georgia are big L's for him. Those are big L's. He really needed Ohio and Pennsylvania. He needed those states, but it doesn't look like he's going to get that. It doesn't look like he's going to get that. I'm looking at the counties. Pretty much all of the counties are in Ohio. I guess they just waiting on the count now. It looks like it's gone red. So I don't know what else to say. He's going to lose Ohio. More than likely he's going to lose Pennsylvania. You got maybe 2 counties that are still not counted in Pennsylvania, but those look like those look like suburban counties there. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I don't know. I don't see it, bro. I don't see it.
Yep.
He has to win all of the rest of the states. California, Nevada. Not that many electoral votes out there. other than California.
Yeah.
Hawaii has hardly any other. I don't know. Hawaii's like 2, 4. Alaska's like 3 or 4. You know, it's not a lot. So when he does lose Texas and Florida and Georgia, you're going to see how hard this is going to do him in. Wisconsin, he's going to lose all of this stuff.
Yep.
He's going to lose all his, like, more than half of the country done went red.
Yep.
Who knows what's going to happen with Alaska? You know what I'm saying? Right now, he has a lead, you know, in Arizona, but he had a lead like that in Texas. Who knows what's going to happen?
Crazy, man.
Knows.
I'm gonna mute Albert.
Yeah. And let me just say this. Like I was getting ready to say it. I think I got kind of distracted, but one of my little cousins asked me on my Facebook post about Joe Biden's record. He asked, did I vote for Barack Obama? Right? And basically, I'm assuming what he's getting at is, if you voted for Barack Obama, then that means you voted for Joe Biden before. So what's the problem now? Like, you know, I've seen these kinds of arguments already, because pretty much a lot of the arguments that we're seeing are stock arguments, like, you know, stuff that everybody says. They're using the same arguments over and over. It's like they're recycling the same arguments. So to that point, did I vote for Barack Obama? Here's the thing about that and why that's actually an irrelevant point. Barack Obama is not on the ballot tonight, number one. Number two, everyone was so enamored with the fact that this black man was running for the president of the United States, that we were going to vote for him regardless of who he had as the vice president. It really almost didn't matter at that point. We were trying to make a point to America that a black man could actually get into this particular office that no one actually believed could have been achieved before. So that was what that was about. We're going to vote for Barack Obama, whether the vice president was Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or anybody else that he would have picked. So to think that we voted for Joe Biden when we voted for Barack Obama is fallacious. That's not who we voted for. We voted for Barack, and we voted for Barack and would have voted for Barack regardless of who he had with him. That's just the actual fact. Let's just be honest about that. Had nothing to do with Joe Biden. What Barack did by bringing Biden along with him was, to some degree, he sanitized this man's image. See, a lot of y'all forgot that slick shit that he said to Obama when he was running against him. You forgot it. I never got that, but you forgot it. A lot of y'all forgot it. When he said Barack was the first clean, well-spoken African American that ran for the president. What? What? Y'all forgot that. See, and then here's the other thing. Remember in the primaries when Kamala Harris stuck it to Joe Biden? They forgot that too. When she talked about his segregationist past, everybody act like they forgot about that. His running mate stuck it to him right in the primaries. Everybody forgot that. Yep. Same thing with Cory Booker. Cory Booker stuck it to him in the primaries over his segregationist past and stuff like that. And everybody act like they forgot that all of this stuff happened. He lost. Jim Clyburn and those crackpot people down there in South Carolina delivered this man to y'all as your candidate. That was a bad move. Look at South Carolina. It was a bad move. What's happening is the Democrats' fault. Y'all got to be honest about it. This shit don't have nothing to do with black men. Don't have nothing to do with anything like that. This is the Democrats' fault because they want to cater to people who are not loyal to them. That's what they do.
That's right.
Let's give the rights of citizenship to illegal aliens. Why not? Why not?
Let's give them driver's licenses while we suspend other people's driver's licenses for things like not paying child support in New York, right?
Why not?
Yeah.
Because illegal aliens, that's right. Because illegal aliens couldn't possibly have children back in their countries of origin that they're not taking care of. Oh, that can possibly be the case.
That's right.
So they deserve driver's licenses. Man, this is sick, right? And everybody forgives this stuff. Everybody overlooks all of this stuff because, hey, Trump got to go. It's more to it than just Trump got to go. This thing was so layered, and everybody wanted to forget everything else that was going on just to get this whole. It was like mass hysteria, right? Hysterical. The people were hysterical. This man got to go. This man got to go. I'm like, man, there's so much more to focus on, but it doesn't matter. Jamie Harrison lost.
Yep. Jamie Harrison outraised Lindsey Graham 2-1. 2-1. I mean, they was writing Lindsey Graham off on Fox News. They start dissing him. One of Trump's top lapdogs over there, Luke Dobbs, he just was dissing Lindsey Graham. I was like, holy crap, what's going on here? So I guess they wrote him off. They probably wanted him out the Senate. Trump probably put a bug in the air like, yo, I don't like this Lindsey Graham dude. But Lindsey Graham just won. Lindsey Graham.
Here's what has to happen. Here's what has to happen. Black people are going to have to decide what they want to do. Do they want to fight for their tribal people? Or do they want to do all of this chill politics and let's just chill. Let's go along to get along. Let's just toe the line politics.
What logic call it? Hokey pokey politics?
To make hokey pokey politics.
1 foot in, right. 1 foot out.
1 foot in, 1 foot out. You got to take care of yourself, though. You have to take care of yourself. We've been the advocates for, the protectors of everything and everybody but our own tribe. And we got to stop promoting tribalism. People have convinced us that tribalism is bad. No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's right.
We need tribalism. We need tribalism now more than we did before. See, this thing, if this thing goes completely red, you ain't got nothing but tribalism left.
That's all you got. That's all we got left. That's all we got.
Man, listen.
Were you touching on that early voting in Ohio? Did you touch on that already?
It didn't mean anything. I mean, look.
but look, this is what I wanted to say to it, right?
Yeah. People
underestimated, I believe, with all of the early voting and the absentee ballots, et cetera, I think that people underestimated the turnout for Trump. They thought that this new enthusiasm was all Democratic. And I was saying it to myself, I was like, I think this is a mistake for them to believe, just like that headline you got up. Early voting in Ohio shatters records with 3.4 million votes. Turnout in Ohio expected to reach all-time highs. And look, that may be true. But let's go to let's see what the map says. Where's the map at? The map says, all right, what in the world did I do with the map? Did I pull this up or you pulled it up?
Nah, you did.
I did not mean to pull that up, fam.
The map of Ohio? That's what you looking for?
No, I'm bugging. I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm bugging. I thought you pulled that up, and I'm like, how could he have pulled that up? I made him as that's the last thing that was on the browser.
Mm-hmm.
But right now nothing is really moving. Biden is closing the lead on the popular vote, and he still has the electoral vote lead. So I don't know if these races are paused here because they have the ballots to count that came in the mail. We could be witnessing some of that because some of this stuff should have been reported by now.
Mm-hmm.
Especially in the Midwestern states. Ohio
because around this time in the last election, back almost exactly this time, 10:39 p.m., Trump won big in Ohio over Hillary Clinton.
That's right. Yeah, those states them big states were coming in early. I meant to pull that up as well. And right now, Ohio is stuck. So it's possible that you still have some ballots that need to be counted in these states. So because Georgia is just stuck at 60, Florida is stuck at 91% reporting. Texas is at 71% reporting. So it's possible that some of these Pennsylvania is still so early, but I believe Pennsylvania is one of the states that had mail-in voting. It may be possible that some of this may come down to the mail-in ballots, and that's when Trump is going to declare it illegitimate if he loses. And that's when all hell is going to break loose. So, yeah, this is interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Shout out to everybody in the chat that's joining us right now. We got people watching from Facebook, and we got people watching from our YouTube channel. That is always good to see. Again, if you want to support the platform, use the super chat, or you could cash app Be the Power, or you could become a Patreon and make a monthly contribution.
Yeah, so around this time last time, he won big in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
And a little while later, around 10:53, his path to the White House has become suddenly a lot clearer. Clinton's a lot harder.
So that's interesting because we're not seeing that right now. So the one thing that could be in play here is the fact that there are probably so many mail-in ballots that haven't come in yet.
Yeah. So he took Florida around 10:53 p.m.
So he took Florida at 10:53 last year. It's already 10:42. I mean, not last election. When did did it show? Pull up Georgia. I know which link you're looking at. I just forgot to pull it up.
Yeah. Let me see. When did he get Georgia? North Carolina, he won around 11:14 p.m.
11:14, he won North Carolina.
The Clinton can. He says
North Carolina is really, really close right now. There's only 62,000 votes separating them.
1:35 a.m. he won Pennsylvania.
1:35 a.m. he won PA. I remember they called the election around 2:13-ish, something like that, 2-something in the morning.
Let me see. Yeah, around 2:35 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
That's when Clinton conceded defeat. Yeah, they don't even have Georgia listed in this particular piece, man, because he did it without Georgia.
Oh, he didn't need it. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. So what about Wisconsin? When was Wisconsin called?
Hmm. Um. I'm trying to see. Trump got
Michigan,
Wisconsin, and he got Wisconsin around 2:30 a.m.
2:30 a.m. So
And
that was after he won.
once he got that, 5 minutes later, that's when she called and conceded defeat.
Yeah, that's around the time he won. Okay. Ohio and PA. Is Ohio got to be on that list? Because I remember him. I think he won Ohio kind of.
Yeah, he won that early, like 10:30,
He won
10:39
Ohio
p.m.
30, and right now they only have 87% of their precincts reporting. So it's a possibility that this thing is going to come down to those ballots. But he said, refresh your browser and you'll see some updates on those precincts. Yeah, let me do that. Let me see. Yeah, I see that popular vote has changed as well. Yeah, Ohio has 87% reporting. Pennsylvania has 39% reporting. NC is still at 92% reporting, about 61,000 vote difference. Trump in the lead. Georgia, still Trump leads by 300,000 votes. Most of the gray in Georgia. I mean, it's surprising to still see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gray areas still in Georgia. It is hard to imagine that those 6, I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yeah, it's 5. 5 gray areas in Georgia. It's hard to imagine those turning blue, with the exception of what's going on down here in the southeast. I mean, the southwest of Georgia, because all of these little clusters turn blue.
Well,
And I
this
mean,
one up there between Macon and Augusta looked like it could go blue.
yeah, that is true. It's planted in the middle, and I mean, outside of these little gray areas, it's hard to see how Biden wins Georgia. These votes would have to give him the 300,000 that he needs plus the mail-in ballot. So at this point,
wish I knew the demographic of those counties, man.
oh yeah, that's the difference. I'm trying to watch my TV from my little office room where I stream from, and they're doing some breakdowns to some of these counties. They were just in Ohio breaking down one of the counties. Trump supporters came out in full force. Let us look at the House races.
The House is not looking good.
Yeah,
113
to 87. The House is not looking good. Okay, let's look at the Senate race.
It's tied.
Still tied at 41. That is interesting. So I'm guessing I think that this is because of those mail-in ballots. That's what I believe.
I hope you're right. Hang on.
Somebody said Trump going in, Biden and his bedwinch going down. I mean, look, at the end of the day, nothing gets better for us I don't believe as a people. I've voiced my concerns about Trump and the coronavirus. This dude just said at a rally, it was either yesterday or the day before yesterday, that he's going to fire Dr. Fauci once he gets reelected. He told the crowd that. I can't imagine how life will be under a extreme racist president like Donald Trump with Republican-controlled House and a Republican-controlled Senate and a majority on the Supreme Court. We are looking at full fascism, and we know that's another 4 years. And if they turned out in these numbers, I mean, who's going to run for president after this election? Another Trump is possibly going to run. All right, let's check in with our sister Tamara in Georgia. 60% of the votes have been counted so far in the Georgia Senate race. Sister Tamara Johnson-Shirley has 56,000 votes so far. I think that's great. Warnock has a very slim lead by about 3,000 votes. I was looking at the wrong thing. About 3,300 votes, if my math is correct. And over Loeffler, Doug Collins' lead is slipping. Everybody else, I don't know who this Deborah Jackson is. I never looked into her, but she definitely put up some numbers on the scoreboard a little bit. She got 177,000 votes. Somebody said, right, who's next? I mean, when you think about it, Trump is setting up his own North Korea. He has children to pick from. He has children to just pick from. And I mean, he could run Don Jr. He could run Ivanka. Hey, I just don't see. America may never possibly turn back blue again. We may be witnessing the final fall of this place because I don't think nothing good happens for us. The whole Republican platform has been about our suppressing and oppressing our people. I don't think that our voices get heard. I believe our voices get muted out in a all red, all Republican administration. Controlled, all Republican controlled government. Our voices are on mute. Then what happens in 2024 when this dude runs Ivanka? I'm just saying, somebody told me to calm down. The Dems can come back if they do it right. I mean, I'm not excited to not be calm. I'm just talking about, or I'm not excited to get calm, I should say. I'm just throwing out some possibilities. That's it. The same person says Republicans is a shrinking demo. Really? Because I'm looking at this map right now, and the Republicans are, Trump is starting to win all of these states. He's leading in the popular vote by 3 million votes. Let's look at the Senate race. The Senate race is tied at 41. Let's look at the House race. The Republicans, soon as I clicked on it, it jumped another 5 points. The Republicans are leading 118 to 87. So if you think that they're shrinking, I don't know what you're looking at, but I'm looking at live election results, and I don't see what you're seeing. I'm just saying. Sister Cynthia said, I believe we are the ones that would be the difference. How we organize going forward will determine what happens politically. I agree. I agree. Lighthead said, Republicans have younger members in Congress. Dems are old. Yeah. And then what did they do with the new members? AOC, what's her name? Is it Ayanna Presley, Rashida Tlaib? I'm not feeling Ilhan Omar at all. But what did they do? The Democratic establishment did everything in their power to push them out. Like, we have to have a political conversation among us as a group like we've never had before. And, you know, there's some people that, you know, they control large audiences. And I'm not going to call no names, but, you know, I watched this one guy, he had 10,000 live viewers one night. And he's talking the same reparationist rhetoric that we speak over here. The rhetoric is not necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, at the end of the day, it's all rhetorical. And I'm like, 10,000 live viewers. What is the end goal? What is the end goal? You got 10,000 live viewers. You're not pushing a congressional focus. Your whole platform is based upon how you view immigrants and buck dancing Negroes and bed wenches, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, Corey said, Democrats have stood by as controlled opposition for years now. That's right. Lighthead said, get rid of old white women. Dem party is the white women's party. And that's true. That's true. You got brothers that's putting on dresses during the Democratic National Convention. What's that dude's name? Can't even think about it. While trying to shame us.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What is that clown's name? It doesn't even matter.
Porter, is it? Something
Doesn't
like
even
that?
matter.
Yeah, it doesn't, man.
Yeah, something Porter. Something Porter. Absolutely.
Corey said we are the foundation of that party. My thing now, brother Corey, is this is the time for us to step up and form a new party. It is time for our people who are descendants of American slavery to get off of the teat of the Democratic Party. Now, I just believe that. I believe that we can use our voices, we can use our platform to gather people from here because we speak to the things that our people are tired of. Those 20% of black men that are going to, well, they say allegedly are going to vote for Trump. This is the demographic that we largely speak to. This is the demographic that we largely speak to. And we have to find a way to broaden our message, to grow our platforms. We got to stop the infighting because I don't want to see people with thousands of people watching them and they have no political focus. They have no political end game. This cannot be a leaderless movement. The code cannot lead the movement. We need leaders situated in every state who answers to a core leadership, a council of leaders. And that's just my opinion. You know, my brother Ali, I know you may have your own opinion on that as well, but I'm just speaking what I believe should happen. And I believe that we can be in great position for 2022 and 2024.
Yeah. If we decide that that's what we want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I'm afraid that our people don't want to do that, man.
Yeah.
People don't want to do it.
But Biden just gained more electoral points. Trump won Mississippi. He been won Mississippi. Oh, they just doing a recap. So the way they have it on the screen, they have Biden at 1 18 and Trump at 114.
On which screen?
On NBC, my bad. Now, looking at this Lindsey Graham and Jamie Harrison, I mean, even the Democrats tried to distance themselves. Warnock is leading right now. Warnock is starting to, I don't want to say pull away, but he's starting to, he has a lead. It was 62%. Our sister Tamara has 58,598,000 votes. That is a powerful, powerful grip on a group of voters right there. That's something you can leverage over the next couple of elections, period. Like who knows what the end results are going to be? Who knows what that end result is going to be?
Well, from what I'm looking at, I don't know. I mean, Associated Press, the Republicans are in the lead in the Senate race.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also in the lead in the House race.
NBC just gave Trump Utah.
Let's see.
That Pennsylvania lead is getting larger. Trump is up 4 million votes over Biden in Pennsylvania. In Ohio, 4 million, another 4 million votes. Trump is up over almost exactly 4 million votes. Let me see. Yep. Michigan, they might as well. I don't know. I think they're going to call Michigan early because Trump has a sizable lead there. Montana,
it's still
looks like it's only 30% of the precincts reporting. Trump holds a slight lead there. 1% reporting in Idaho. Trump, I mean, those are insignificant. And they just called Utah for Trump. Arizona looks like Biden is going to take Arizona. So I think that may be huge for him. But without taking like a Pennsylvania or Ohio or Florida, I don't see how he wins. Even in North Carolina. Well, North Carolina is closer. What is that? 50. Wait, North Carolina just
jumped. Yeah.
Whoa, North Carolina just jumped a lot. I mean, North Carolina just jumped a whole lot.
It's close to 100,000. It's like close to 100,000 votes.
Whoa, that was interesting. Okay, so now we got California, Oregon, and Washington now in play. The electoral map is starting to fill out. Nevada has no results in yet. It is the only state that hasn't started.
Well, you still got Alaska and Hawaii too. So
yes, yeah, that's right. Alaska and Hawaii, that is correct. So Biden, well, I don't understand what the Associated Press, how they're doing this, but they have Biden at 209 electoral. I don't understand what they're doing. And they have Trump at 112.
Well, that 112 is not inclusive of Texas and Florida and Georgia and Pennsylvania. See, listen, the Associated Press, I don't know, are they left-leaning? Are they right-leaning? They're supposed to be centrist.
I think AP is centrist, I believe.
It looked like they leaning a little left to me, I don't know. Yeah, but well, listen, if he wins California, that'll be big for him.
Well, he's going to win California. If
California, Washington State, Arizona, Washington State, Arizona, those will be big.
So who won those? Well, we know. Okay, well, in 2016, all of those states went to Clinton. Right now, everything is looking like 2016. There is no Well, let me see. Hold on. Minnesota and Iowa. Well, Trump won Iowa. Trump won Iowa. He lost Minnesota.
He's probably going to lose Minnesota tonight too.
Arizona is the only other state that's in play right now that looks like it's going to flip blue. It was red in 2016. They already called Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, and Arizona. What was that in? So Colorado, New Mexico were won by Clinton in 2016. Trump won Utah and Arizona in that little 4-state cluster. So as of right now, this thing still looks like Trump is going to win once these numbers start coming in.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. It's just not enough.
Taj Marie says, what is most ironic is the fact that they have been pushing for DACA and open borders when a good portion of Latinos do not support what they consider illegal aliens. Like I said earlier, it's like my brother Josh said, many of them have come over and closed the door behind them. Kelsey Tyler said the Green Party. I don't want to be affiliated. Me personally, I want a party ran by us. People that started from the bottom, from the grassroots level, and within 2 to 4 years' time, just spread so fast that all over the country, we have at least 5 million people in our party.
Exactly. And to Taj Marie's point, what's happening in Texas, to some degree, I'm sure, and what's happening in Florida has to do with the Latino population. I can guarantee that.
Cynthia says something interesting. She said, I personally want us not to be a party affiliated at all.
Yeah.
That's hard, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're running as a candidate,
how do you vote in the primaries like that?
Yeah, that's. I think that one is tough, Sister Cynthia. I think that one is going to be tough to not be a party affiliated group.
Yeah.
The General 04 said, the Green Party is not ADOS led. We can't fall into the trap of having other groups be the mouthpiece of ADOS. And I agree with that 1,000%. So I'm not one for the Green Party. I think we start our own party. Politics is shifting. That attack on Ice Cube from the weak, soft simp men like Roland Martin and the others. I mean, I think the feminazis and the LGBTQ BH elemental people and all of these different groups that try to attack us. If Trump loses, they better go look at the numbers of if Trump wins, how many white people came out and voted. You can't blame us. You just can't. So let me see.
Go back to the House. Let me see what's going on with the House race. 97 to 128 in the House race.
Wow. It's getting a little bit closer. 97 to 120. I don't know.
I don't know either.
So Cynthia says CNN is saying Biden only has 192. Yeah, Kelsey Tyler is right. Said the AP added the entire West Coast to Biden. They just gave it to him.
Yeah. Yeah. There isn't even any. They have some reporting already, you know, but
Cynthia said Florida just went to Trump.
that's a big L right there. That's a big loss.
98% reporting. So
That's a big loss, man.
who's calling that, Cynthia? CNN?
That's a big loss, man. Real talk.
Corey said when white women have to choose between race and gender, they choose race all day. That is a fact. They were standing out there with shirts on with arrows pointing down when Trump was first campaigning saying that read, grab me by the. I'm like, yo.
That's crazy.
We're going to have a discussion on that, Sin, about party affiliated. Should we be party affiliated? 94% reporting on CNN for Florida going to Trump. So with Florida going to Trump, I just don't see. I think these dominoes are about to start dropping one by one. North Carolina is still close, but it's 94% of the precincts. There's no gray areas. I think we are looking at another Trump victory. So they can't say that we failed. They can only say, and they can't say democracy failed.
Let me say something about
real quick. Warnock has opened up a bigger lead on Loeffler. Our sister Tamara Johnson Shirley has 61,021 votes.
That's what's up, man.
Mm-hmm.
Proud of her. Proud of her.
Oh yeah.
Man.
Oh yeah.
Let me say this. The tri-state area has gone to Joe Biden. So nobody needs to question about my votes, whether or not my political ideology hindered his campaign in any kind of way in my area, because it sure did. He got the tri-state area. He won that pretty early. So you don't have to ask me, oh, you know, did you vote for Biden? It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. He won New York and New Jersey and Connecticut pretty quick, right? And he was expected to win that. So now let's see. What are we looking at here? Yeah, they just gave him the whole West Coast, right? He may actually win the West Coast, maybe. You know, he needs California.
That's California is definitely going to him. That's he needs Nevada. He needs to pull off one of these states, and right now Pennsylvania, Trump is opening up a bigger lead. Ohio is maintaining at a 4 million lead at 92% reporting. Michigan is only 43% reporting. That race is technically still close. Let's click on Michigan. I haven't clicked on Michigan. I mean, look at Flint. Flint is red. So that means we didn't, and you can't even say we didn't have high turnout there. Just never know. All of them races probably went and turned out. Of course, Detroit went blue. Lansing is I don't know if that's a high African-American population, but and it's still
Josh is backstage.
All right, hold on. Peace was good, Josh.
What's good, bros?
What up?
Yeah, man. I see y'all getting it in.
Y'all just got off over there?
Nah. We've been off. We got off maybe like an hour ago, but I was just chopping up with the brother Mark Stevenson, man, he was he real astute on this thing.
That's
In his
good.
politics.
That's good.
Matter of fact, he shout out to him because he was saying that he put in some work to help our sister out there in Georgia.
Oh, yeah.
So
that's right, Sister Tamara. That's right.
mm-hmm.
That's right.
Oh yeah. By the way, if y'all listening, go ahead. Any requests? Any requests out there? We got the master guitarist, man.
My brother Ali is a master guitarist. So
he might put his hat out there.
Put the hat out and ask for a little bit of change.
Put a little bit of change in the hat, y'all. We're gonna make sure it go to our brother. Play a couple riffs.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said in positive news, Angela Stanton King is getting washed. Let's pull her up again, because the last time I checked, she was getting washed.
Mm-hmm. Well, hey, that's what happens. Just because Trump pardoned you as a part of some type of, political strategy of doing the First Step Act where he let a handful of black folks out, that don't mean you need to go against
34% of the precincts have reported in that race. This is Georgia's 5th congressional district. Nakima Williams is absolutely destroyed her. I don't know if she can win. But this is what this is what I'm talking about, right? This is what I'm talking about. Somebody said, why do you assume voting Republican means someone is a racist? That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a fair question, but I'll get back to that. Now, you take a sister like Angela Stanton King, right? There's some things that this sister has said about abortion, and a lot of the men are men, not women, and women are women, not men. Like, I agree with it 1,000%. There's things that she said that are a part of my own core value. There's other things that she said that just told the Republican Party line that she knows is disingenuous. So we got, let me see. Trump may win with a split country vote. Jamel Hill even changed up her comments. Twitter is getting lit. So, but I was going to say, that's the type of person, if we had our own party, there's a possibility that she would be over here with us, not having to toe that party line. Like we I think we could put together a real good, of course, being agenda driven is the key. That's what being a reparationist is. It's being an agenda driven group, but we still find ourselves in a trick bag where you got to go to the polls and vote for somebody like a Raphael Warnock, who is straight up and down a establishment type cookie cutter Democrat. So
he's probably going to win this race. From the way it's looking like he's going to win.
Yeah, it's going to go to a runoff, though. You talking about Warnock?
No, I ain't not Warnock. I'm talking about Trump. Who is you talking about, Ali?
I was saying Warnock looked like he's going to win.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, Warnock is. They just called it.
Called what?
They called both races.
Which race?
All right, hold on. Let me share this. Let me stop sharing this. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. So can y'all see that?
Yeah.
It shows that they have called it for, they have a check next to Warnock and a check next to Loeffler. Warnock is the Dem. He has 1 million votes. Loeffler is the
It's going
Republican.
to a runoff. It's going to a runoff.
Okay. All right. All right. That's interesting. That is interesting.
Hmm.
Let me see.
Senate race has the Democrats at 42, the Republicans at 44. The House has the Democrats at 99, the Republicans at 132. They need
See?
218 for a majority,
Mhm.
51
This
for majority in the Senate. Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to read this. I'm on Ballotpedia because I wanted to look up runoffs in certain states, right? And you look at 2 states like Georgia and Louisiana, and it says 2 states, Georgia and Louisiana, require runoff elections in a general election when no candidate receives a majority of the vote. In every other state, a candidate can win a general election with a plurality of the vote. So, I mean, is kind of crazy. It says a plurality voting system is an electoral system in which the winner of an election is the candidate that received the highest number of votes. That's the way it's supposed to be. I don't know, man. I'm gonna look more into this, but that is, I don't understand. But we see our sister Tamara Johnson Shirley down there with 64,000 votes. I mean, if she could get up to 70 or 80,000, I think that would be, I mean, that would be great. That would be great. Somebody said Biden is pleading to Latinos on Twitter by posting in Spanish. I don't know if that's going to work. People have already voted. None of these other, like, okay, we see Trump winning Wyoming. They've called Wyoming and Idaho for Trump already. Montana, looks like Trump is going to win it. Minnesota, looks like Biden is going to win it. Iowa, looks like that's close, 71% reporting. They are a percentage point and some change away, 1.5% lead that Biden holds over Trump. So Wisconsin, 60% reporting. I don't see how Biden gains this lead, 90,000 votes. That seems insurmountable. Michigan, with 47% the vote counted, he's only up around 280,000 votes, if my approximation is correct. But that may be a surmountable lead with only 47% reporting. Let's click on Michigan again. I mean, I don't know. There's yellow in there. I don't know if that yellow represents one of the parties. I don't know what that yellow means insofar as, because it's showing red. Blue, red, and yellow means leads. Gray means no results. Solid means already won. So we have some yellow in here, and maybe that's going to the third party candidate. Somebody just said F Trump and Biden. But from the way it looks right now, we have another 4 years of Donald. Yeah, Angela Stanton is getting washed, which we should have known was going to happen in that district.
So if this thing now is going to a runoff between Loeffler and Warnock. That's like a second election, that's going to happen. I think like in January. So, was it? I think it's January. But so basically, what's going to happen is like Doug Collins's voting base is going to vote for her. So you just put those two together, and let's say the ones who voted for, I'm looking at it now. Who was it? There's a couple other Republicans on that list, but their votes are going to end up going to Loeffler, and yeah, I mean that's gonna be, I mean she could just from that may give her the edge, because if you combine their votes, that's like what 1 point, that's 1.6 million just from those. I don't know where Warnock makes that up from.
Yeah, I'm
How's
looking at it on the Senate side. It's 44-42 in the Senate race. So Georgia is going to have that runoff. I mean, the fact that the guy Warnock got into a runoff in Georgia it shows that things are kind of changing in Georgia, but it's just not changing enough. It's not changing enough. And this is, to me, this is a strike at all of those people that try to dismiss America's descendants of slavery and our demand for a Black agenda and reparations.
Another thing is, when you look at on the strategy side, you look at Democrats, they were trying to use Jamie Harrison to take out Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, and they put all the millions. What about some millions that they could have put in behind, some of these other more winnable races, like even this race right here?
Yeah,
that's just Tennessee. Is the Tennessee. I know you want to take Lindsey Graham out, but that was not going to happen with Jamie Harrison. I don't know what they were thinking.
It's looking like the Republicans are going to take the House. It is looking like the Republicans are going to take the House. I mean, I'm looking at this map. There's not too many more gray areas. There's still a lot of light blue. All right, I'm looking at it. There's still a lot of light blue. I don't know. This may be closer. Let me see.
No, I think Democrats gonna keep the House, man. I think Democrats gonna keep the House and they're gonna win the Senate.
I don't know. The way it look right now, that is hard to. The Dems just gained 3 more seats in the Senate, so it's now 45-42. I'm just saying. I don't know if they're going to win the Senate. That's going to be interesting. But you think about it, you look at, well, these are not called yet, so it's hard to really say. But in Minnesota, Senate race, Tina Smith is running against, she's a Democrat, running against Republican Jason Lewis. Let's go to the, let me see. None of this changed. All right, let's go to this Senate map. So you see some of these areas that have these leads, 33% reporting in Montana. This Montana went to Trump. Colorado, New Mexico, Arizona. If Arizona looks like it's flipping blue across the board, general election and the Senate. So let's see. Minnesota seems like it's a safe blue state. What else is going on here in the Senate? I mean, you look in New York. I mean, there's no elections for New York. These are the only elections. So the grayed out striped area, there's no elections for these particular states. So what states are not called? Florida. Excuse me, Georgia, Arizona, New Mexico. Let me see, 42, 43.
You talking about the presidential race?
46. No, this is the Senate race.
Okay.
46. I'm kind of confused by this.
What source are you looking at it from?
I'm looking at. Is it on the screen? Yeah. This is the Senate races. This is the Associated Press.
Oh, AP. Okay.
So Susan Collins is actually winning her race in Maine with 49% of the vote. 49% of the votes counted. So, and she's winning 51%, almost 60% to almost 42% so far. I guess her votes for Trump appointments paid off. But I'm still kind of confused. 1, 2, 3, 4. These races are already called.
It's interesting that the data that AP is using and how it lines up with other media sources.
Mm-hmm. So if I'm looking at this correctly, counting all of the leaning states that are leaning Republicans, we got 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 49. This is where I'm confused at. And Georgia has its runoff. Georgia would make 50 if they didn't have to have a runoff. So now when I look at the Democratic side, they only have 42. So let's look at the shaded blue: 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. This is the part that I'm not understanding. No one reaches a majority.
Where is this?
This is what I got pulled up on the screen. This is the Senate race.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what state are you trying to talk about.
Somebody said AP equals Aryan Press. That's funny.
Man.
I'm gonna mute out real quick, Josh.
Crazy. Yeah, I'm just looking at these states, man. Some of these Senate seats that need to be flipped, not looking good. Like North Carolina. Tillis is a devil, man.
That's what I was saying. It's not looking.
Tillis is supposed to be up out of there. What the hell is going on? He was losing.
Right. What happened? You see? Hey, look. 42-45 Senate. Republicans in the lead there. 109 and 137 in the House. Republicans in the lead there. Bruh, I'm not feeling that, man. I'm not feeling that, man. It's not good business right there. You know what I'm saying, Josh?
Mm-hmm.
It's not looking right. It ain't supposed to look like that. All of the forecasts that I read, I had two quote-unquote reliable forecasts pulled up. And they both said the Democrats were going to take over Congress. That's what they were saying.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at Iowa. That Senate race is not as close, but it's looking like it's the Republicans gonna win that one. They're by almost 2 points. What song you got for that? I see. I mean, damn, I see. What song you got for that, Ali?
What you mean?
What song come to mind when you talk about Democrats catching the L?
Oh man. Wow. What's that Nas joint? That
You
EP.
ain't got a guitar riff for that?
Now I don't even have the man. Now I don't have the acoustic with me. I have
Oh, I got you.
my electric here.
Oh man.
Something for the Democrats taking an L. That's funny. Let's see, what are we looking at now? Let's look. 42-45 on the Senate. 109 to 138 in the House. Yeah, man, I'm not feeling that. That's not looking right. That's not looking right. Could you imagine if the Republicans win all of this? Wow. Wow. That's going to be crazy, man. That's going to be crazy, bro.
Man.
That's not looking right.
You know what I could not understand was okay, all right, Virginia. You know, I was looking at Virginia, like Mark Warner was catching the L. You know, he's been trying to toe that white moderate line. You know, you know.
You won though.
Who, Mark Warner? They called it for him?
Yeah, he won.
They called it? Oh, okay.
Yep.
Okay.
64% reporting. He got the check. So I mean, the Associated Press is calling it for him.
Okay, good.
Let's see. Democrat 110 to 138 with the House. So let's see. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Let's go back into. They call in California for Joe Biden, Associated Press. They gave that to him. They gave him Washington and Oregon.
Okay, oh yeah.
Nothing for Nevada yet. Nothing for Hawaii. Nothing for Alaska.
And he's gonna take Arizona, and I don't know about Nevada. That's a contested state.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised at Philadelphia though. I mean Pennsylvania, man, because he was holding the lead there for a while. Same thing with Ohio. He's holding the lead for a while, man, but he let it slip.
Got dragged. Yeah, he getting dragged.
Texas.
I don't know about. See, that's why this AP site it doesn't let you zoom in and see the results from the city.
Right. From which city?
I mean, you can't click it and see what percentage of the vote is in from Philadelphia.
Oh, right.
Because if they don't have that much percent of the vote in from like this Philadelphia or Pittsburgh or places like that, then you would understand that. Oh yeah, well Biden has a chance he could catch up.
Right. Right. Yeah. Let me see. 270 to win. Let me look at this map here. Hold on. Let me check this out. See what they looking like. Nah, they don't give you the city breakdown here. This map has Biden at 259 and Trump at 163. What are they doing, man?
Which map?
Hold on. I'm going to put it in the inbox. You can check it. 270towin.com. Put that in there. You can pull that up right there. There you go. Pull that up. Pull that one up.
270towin.com. What the hell is that?
You see it?
Yeah.
These mothers got Biden at 259 and Trump at 163.
Now it's Biden. It show Biden at 279. How are they coming up with these numbers?
I don't know what they doing.
Yeah, that looks. Or let's share it with the family though, to see. So y'all see this map, and I don't understand it. It has Biden at 279 and Trump at 163. That is just impossible. That is impossible. So, I mean, look, I don't know what this is, but it doesn't seem realistic.
Right.
I don't know what they're counting. I don't know. I've never heard of this site before. So let's check back in. Yeah, Angela Stanton is losing. I could close that out.
That's funny. Yeah, we can close that out. She's losing.
Yeah. The Republicans have 140 to 112 on the House side.
That's not dope.
Yeah.
They need to catch up and pass them. We still got time. But you got to do it. You know what I mean?
Hey, what do y'all think it means? What do y'all think Trump presidency re-election means?
A second term?
Yeah, what do you think that means as far as what we need, how we advocate?
Listen, the only thing we can do with a Trump second term, and this is my opinion, is leverage the momentum that the reparations movement has garnered by creating our reparationist candidates and spreading our message, because now you're in a position where fascism is going to rule. I think the cops are going to go crazy. They're going to really think they could just kill us, particularly, and just get away with it. So I think that's something to look forward to. You know, there's some people that saying vote Trump. I mean, Trump ain't going to do nothing about police killings, right? Nothing. And I can't say that Biden will, because he was 8 years under Obama and they didn't do anything about it.
So theeconomist.com has some forecasts, right? Where they forecasted that the Democrats were going to walk away with 244 House seats to the Republicans 191. And in the Senate, they forecasted that the Democrats will wind up with somewhere around 52 seats to the Republicans 47, something like that. But right now, I don't know.
Oh, I think I understand this map.
Okay.
I think let's pull this map back up. I think I understand it a little bit better. Let's pull this map back up. Oh, I had it up. I'm bugging. I thought I closed it out. I think I understand this map better. This map may be coming from people that know what's going on in certain cities, because if you look at the dark blue, these are already safe. These are already called, even on the map, the other map that we were looking at. The next shade of blue, the lighter shade of blue, is saying that it's likely gonna swing Democrat, and it could be based off of what they're looking at: Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Wisconsin. I mean,
yeah, but that Pennsylvania one is wrong.
Yeah, but we don't know what they're looking at. We don't know what they're looking at, and Maine is still a toss-up. So I don't know what's up with that, but split votes, Maine. So what happens if we click on one? Let's click on Pennsylvania.
Does it give you anything?
I'm clicking. I don't know what.
Oh, but this thing is. It looks like something that lets you create some kind of map to the.
Oh, that's what this is. I thought they were counting.
Yeah, it's like.
Okay, so let's see. Let me see. But how do you?
The brother Mark brought up on the other show. Last president who won the presidency without Ohio was in 1960 with John F. Kennedy. And this president has already lost Ohio.
Yeah, and we said that on the show earlier.
I mean, not this president, this candidate, Biden. Talking about Biden. Biden. Biden has lost Ohio. He's going to lose Ohio. Put it like this. I think he's going to lose Ohio. I'm just saying it.
Well, let me tell you about Philadelphia. Pennsylvania. It's funny how certain states you only think about it because of one city. That's all. My bad. Little Freudian slip. It says, I'm reading the article. It says they stopped counting mail-in ballots for the night, and this is at about 9:30. And they're going to start again at 9 a.m. in the morning. And they said they only have counted about 76,000 of the 350,000.
That's in Pennsylvania?
This is in Philadelphia.
Okay.
So I don't know what they were processing the mail-in and absentee ballots at the Philly Convention Center. If you look at the results, pretty much Biden is going to dominate the vote over there, in the city of Philadelphia. And so a large amount of votes are going to come in for him. And I'm assuming that may be the case in like surrounding counties and all of that. So I don't think you can look at the lead that Trump has there and think that it's gonna remain that large. Biden's gonna close that gap once a lot of these Philadelphia and surrounding areas votes come in on the mail-in and the absentee joints.
All right, what I'm doing right now is I'm using this map to turn certain places red, and right now I don't know why South Carolina was called already. So if you got Pennsylvania, did he say Biden lost Ohio?
I said I think he's going to lose it, but you never know. I
All
think
right.
he's going to lose it.
Let's give Biden Ohio.
You mean Trump?
I mean Trump, excuse me. That's still 246. That's 246. I gave him South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Texas, all of these different. Arizona is going to go blue. So let's give Arizona to Biden. Right now, but see, I don't know how they got this. Why do they have these up here? Minnesota is going blue. So let's give blue to Minnesota. So let's give Trump Wisconsin. Let's just say. And let's give Trump Michigan. And that's it. That's the map right there. All right, let's give Biden.
Yeah, he already got Virginia.
Yeah, he got Virginia. They didn't have it on this map. Let's just give North Carolina to Biden. He still doesn't have enough to win. There's no, I don't see a path to victory.
You gave him Nevada? Give him Nevada.
Give Biden Nevada. Okay, yeah, that's right. Still no path. All right, wait. Let me add these because they're not solid blue on here. Colorado and New Mexico.
Yeah, he already won New Mexico, I think.
Arizona.
Still no path to victory.
Give him Arizona, or you gave him Arizona.
Yeah. So right now, the way this map is set up, and let's go to Iowa.
Even if you gave him Alaska, it ain't gonna help. Give him Alaska too.
Yeah, it's not. Let me see. Iowa, 85% reporting is looking like Trump is gonna win Iowa. I mean, let's give Trump Iowa. 278 electoral votes. 278 electoral votes. There's no path to victory. Oh, they already won Indiana. 278. Trump won Missouri, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, Missouri and Kansas. So let's turn these solid red. 278 electoral. I mean, there's no pathway to victory. They gave Trump Utah already. Yeah, this is it. I think Biden may have only flipped one state or two. And I don't see there's no other pathway to victory. So
you gotta give him that other state up there. What is that?
Maine.
Yeah.
So
Maine, Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire, one of those.
New Hampshire. Okay, yeah. Still only 259 to 278. Even if we give Maine, let's just give Maine to Trump.
No, to Biden.
I mean to Biden.
It's actually leaning towards Biden now.
260. There's still no path. Even if we give Biden North Carolina, there's no path to victory for Biden. He has to pull off a major comeback in Pennsylvania or Ohio. And the way that it's looking right now,
give Biden Alaska too.
All right, let's give Biden Alaska. 263. And with Hawaii, he already had. Still, Trump wins.
Yep.
So, family, prepare for another Trump presidency. I just don't see. I mean, let's just.
Well, it's hard right now because I need to see the states where it's contested, and I need to see the margin, and then I need to see how many absentee ballots and mail-in ballots or whatever has not been counted
Look,
because
He
you'll see
needs
these
Pennsylvania.
margins.
He needs
Yeah, you'll see some of these gaps get
did y'all
closed.
see it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, when I click on Pennsylvania red, Trump wins. When I click on Pennsylvania blue, Biden wins. Biden has the only way he wins this election is if he wins Pennsylvania.
and
Period.
you're giving him North Carolina. That's not a given either.
Oh, yeah, and I'm giving him North Carolina. You are like, let's see what happens if we give Trump North Carolina. 270. Even with Pennsylvania, Biden can't win.
And you gave him Alaska. Yeah, you gave Biden Alaska. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know. I think Alaska leans red. So, I mean,
Yeah, I mean Biden, you gotta at least carry some of the states that Hillary Clinton won. Man. You can't.
It's not looking good, bro.
nope. Georgia's vote count is still. Let's click on Georgia and see what's going on.
Now, maybe like what Josh is saying, you got to count these paper ballots and and see what happens with that. Maybe that'll mean something.
Yeah, these ballots are the mail-in joints.
It's gonna
They
happen.
haven't counted all of them. They haven't all of them haven't come in. Number one, but the ones that they came in, they haven't counted them yet.
That map is messed up, man. Yo, that is messed up. Hold on, let me go back to the House and Senate and see what they're doing. Damn. Ooh. Let me shut up, man. That shit don't look right. They beating the Democrats in the House and in the Senate. And with the presidency. Yo, that shit don't look good at all, bro.
Nope. So let's exit out of this map. I don't see a path to victory for Joe Biden. Let's go back to our not our live election results map. And I don't see it, fam. We got another. Not only do we have another 4 years of Trump, we possibly have a House that's going to go, and the Senate. And the Senate. I mean, I don't see it.
It's bad business, man.
Somebody said I thought ADOS didn't want Biden to win. Am I missing something?
Well, here's the thing. You're not missing anything. ADOS doesn't want Biden to win. But one of the things that we're looking at too, two of the things we're looking at is this House race and also the Senate race. Because see, what we did want was to keep the House and to flip the Senate. And right now it's not looking so good.
Like we as American descendants of slavery, I don't think that we fare well with a red presidency, a red House, and a red Senate, and you have a majority of conservatives on the Supreme Court. I don't think that we fare well at all.
And let me say this. I don't think that, like, ADOS never said whether we wanted Biden to win or Trump to win. We just said we're not going to vote for either of them.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not stating a preference of a candidate. It's just saying, the candidate needs to demonstrate that they are agreeing to add our agenda to their platform. And if they're not pushing for our agenda or agreeing to add our agenda to the platform, then they disqualify from the vote, and that's how we hold it. But outside of that, I mean, when it comes down to it, we have to pick one of the two. Yeah, we're not voting, but I don't know. We got to look at which one has the outcome of that, which one is going to give us a better, result, or way forward as far as politics. And I don't know. There's benefits and detriments to both. There's different challenges that each present. Like I feel like a Trump presidency, it would make it to where you're going to see more zeroing out of budgets. You're going to see more privatization. You're going to see more relaxation on regulations that that were put in place to help try to give some semblance of protecting us from getting eaten up. You're going to see more resistance against anything that's trying to move progress forward, as far as anything. Now, I don't even say closing the racial wealth gap. Well, I'm just talking about things that will make things a little bit easier here that we'll have to deal with. Now, well, politically, as far as how we advocate, I feel like a Trump presidency will be advantageous because, it's hard to get people to wake up when people are appeasing them and giving them the false sense of that they got some type of progress, or they moving forward, or the agenda is being, and so it'll be easier for when people are pissed off, when people are catching hell, when the races are even more emboldened. It's easier to tell them they need to do politics. Now I will say that another challenge that is going to be faced is they're going to try to blame ADOS. They're going to try to blame black folks for the reason why Trump won. So that's another challenge. And then another challenge is, who is going to be the next, let's say 4 years later, who is going to be the next Trump or the next Republican that's going to come behind Trump. And because Trump is having so much success, are they going to try to run on the same type of issues as Trump? That means we kind of back in the same situation. The one good thing that may come from that is if they lose and they blame it on us, and we actually don't say, well, don't blame it on us. We actually say, yeah, hell yeah, you lost. You lost. You should have gave us our agenda. You better give it to us this time. You're gonna lose again. That means the next politician that's gonna come up needs to, in the next 4 years, is gonna need to be able to get the black vote. And there's one person that I had in mind, and that's Newsom, who did the California reparations bill. He would probably be closer to the front of the line. So, but I'm just saying, like, at least the good thing about if you want to look at the positive side of a Trump winning, it means that we don't have to wait possibly 8 more years before we get to have the type of bidding war for our vote that we should have had before Biden came in and brought his in and interjected himself late in the race, that we should have had, that we had, where all the candidates had to answer for reparations. We will have that in 4 years as opposed to 8, because they're going to try to run Kamala. Even if Biden can't make it, they'll try to run Kamala. Or Biden wins, then they'll try to run Biden and Kamala, with Kamala being like the lead, in 4 years from now, as opposed to if Trump loses, if Biden and Kamala loses, nobody's going to run Kamala again. She couldn't win the primary the first time. Why in the world would we say, we said we didn't want her the first time? Why would we say we want her again when they try to leapfrog her to the front of the line? Then she loses, she's finished. As far as trying to run for president for us, you better regroup. So now let's see what happens if Biden wins. Well, I would say I want to see the margin that he wins, and I want to see the exit polls to show what the black vote look like. Because if they see the continuing trend of the black vote and it's going down, they know the down ballot strategy maybe work. Then maybe they look to either further target us or either have to do something to give us some of what we asking for, because they were like, all right, well, next time we barely won with the black vote. We know Republicans will come back with a vengeance. We're gonna need this black vote. We're gonna have to do something. All right, so Hawaii, too early to call, but I think they got Biden in the lead. So let's be building on. Y'all still follow me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, if Biden wins, then the bad part. The good thing is that if Democrats do push something through that can that's part of our policies.
NBC just called Ohio for Trump.
Wow. Well, it's not looking good for Biden at all.
Yeah, it's over. This thing.
It ain't over, but it's not.
It ain't over.
Good.
Let me not say it's over because but that's huge. That's huge. You win Ohio.
It's going to be even huger when they call Texas and Florida for Trump too.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Let me see. Yeah, they're gonna date. Yeah. It's pretty much over. I don't want to keep saying it's over, but they got
we need to see what Pennsylvania looking like. We need to see what North Carolina looking like.
Yeah. Let me see.
The only way he could win is if he can either win Pennsylvania or North Carolina. Let me see. What happens if we give Trump Pennsylvania and give Biden North Carolina? Does he win? Nope.
But then Iowa's still out there. I know it's leaning Trump, but I don't think the disparity is that large. I wonder how much he can make up in Iowa. What's the lead in Wisconsin?
Biden needs everything. He needs North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
Yeah, he definitely needs two of those states to flip in order to win. The Associated Press has it at 213 electoral votes for Biden, 118 for Trump. So, but once they start calling these states, it's a wrap. The Associated Press uses some more stricter measures than the CNN and NBC, etc. So I'm just wondering what in the world are they looking at? I mean, as soon as the West Coast races went live, basically they just gave them all to Biden.
Yeah, it's all liberal out there. There's the numbers. That's the reason why they don't like those states. Especially California doesn't like the Electoral College.
All right,
they would rather be popular vote.
Corey says, okay, objective question. Anyway, ADOS can push that BS platinum plan into a legitimate transformative policy. Anybody want to touch that one?
Yeah, I'll do it. I mean, look, it's like we said on our show. You got to talk to the brother, and the whole idea of all of this is collective uplift. We got to talk to him. This is something we said before there was even an interview with him. Got to talk to him and try to get him on the same page with us so that he can carry the good message. That's the way I said it, the good message. You see, if we can get him and T.I. and Killer Mike and all of these guys on message or on code, however you want to say it, that's a good thing for us. See, this is one of the things I was talking about. Ice Cube was able to get into, he proved a lot of people wrong about even the whole idea of black entertainers need to shut up and sit down and fall in line and get behind and all of this kind of stuff. They have a certain agency that other people don't have. He was able to help our family out there in California get AB 3121 passed, he was able to get Sheila Jackson Lee to respond to his text messages. I mean, his tweets, because everybody else that was trying to get her to respond couldn't get her to respond.
That's right.
Whether it was Dr. Darity, whether it was Antonio, whether it was Yvette, whether it was ADOS Houston, whoever, none of those people could get her to respond. But he put her on blast on Twitter, and within a week's time, she's like, "Hey, let's have a meeting." Just in a week's time, he did what none of those other people could do.
Yep.
You can't deny that. You can't deny that. They have room to move in ways that other people don't have room to move. You got to acknowledge that, right? So the key is to get those people who are our family members. Let's not act like they're not part of our tribe. Ice Cube is a member of our tribe. And the idea is to get all of our tribesmen, all of our fellow tribesmen and women on the same page. That's the point. Get everybody on the same page so that we can all move together, carrying the same message, chanting the same things and everything, all in unison. That's power, man. That's power. So that's what we got to do. We don't need to tell T.I. to shut up. We don't need to tell Killer Mike to shut up and that he don't know enough. If you really feel he doesn't know enough, our job is to do what ADOS LA did. Reach out to our family members and sit them down and try to have a meeting with them to talk to them and show them what we have. Show them how what they're saying is off base and try to get them on the right page with us so that we could all move together. That's what this is about. That's what it's about. So the contract with Black America is something that he put out with the hopes of collaborating with other people in various grassroots movements to try to develop it into something that everybody can appreciate. I respect the brother for that. If you go back to our program when we talked about it and broke down this thing, you'll see I was saying there's certain things about it that I actually like. I don't hate everything that he's saying, and I damn sure don't want to tell the brother to shut up. He's a grown-ass man. He's paying taxes. He pays more in taxes than me or anybody else in ADOS. You understand? He's a citizen of the United States, and he's a fellow tribesman. He has just as much right to speak on the plight of our people as anybody else. So at the end of the day, our job as responsible advocates is to sit with our family members, whether they're entertainers or not, and try to get them on the same page. It's really that simple.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Look, I want to answer that question too. Okay. Oh no, I'm looking at something else. But no, I just want to say about how can we get him to do. See, the thing about it is, I don't think Trump really wants to do anything for our people, period. I mean, once he gets reelected from the second term, I mean, what's the motivation to listen to anything you got to say at all? There's not, anything that Trump, if he wanted to do it, if we wanted to pressure him to do it, he should have done it beforehand. There's not no exchange with you for reelection. You do it now, then we talk about what you gonna get if you gonna get the vote. So I don't know I don't see how we can find a way, because this dude is so transactional. He's only worried about, all right, if I am going to do this, I'm going to need some kind of way for me to get personally to get some type of benefit, and maybe it's an angle somebody can find an angle on that. But all I know is with Trump, man, look, the few things that he's willing to concede with one hand, he finds a way to take away with the other hand. So I'm very cynical when it comes to trying to see if he can. But hey, I'm cynical, but I'm open.
Yeah, you know what, man? I think that the saving grace in all of this may be the simple fact that Ice Cube was the one who was able to make contact with this man. This may be the saving grace in all of this. We may not even realize what we were looking at all this time. We're going to see. Whatever it is, we're going to see.
Hold on, Ali, real
Go ahead.
quick. NBC is projecting that the Dems are going to take the House 233 to 202. They just had that up on the screen. They are projecting that the Republicans, let me see. No, that's not a projection. They got 44 for the Dems and 45 for the Republicans. So this is just that what I'm looking at now is a lot what they're showing live. But the last thing they showed was a House projection. So the House may be safe if NBC is correct. But the Senate is still very much up in play. They have it 44 to 45. AP has it 42-45.
Right. So what I was saying is, you never know, man. You never know. Maybe this thing, this meeting that Ice Cube had, may be the thing that we are able to parlay into something else. I mean, which really goes back to the brother's question, which is, how do you take this contract with Black America? And that may be the end. That particular thing may be the end.
No, his question was the platinum plan. He didn't say the contract with Black America.
Well, I'm saying the contract with Black America because that's the thing that they tried to connect to the platinum plan.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that may be the end. That may be your end. That may be your end. It very well may be. We don't know. It may not be HR 40 because here's the thing. If these people get the House, I'm not saying they're going to get the House because if maybe they're not going to get the House, but let's just say they got the House and the Senate. You can forget HR 40, you can forget the companion bill, all of that, right? So you would want to probably having to start over from scratch. You probably have to start over from scratch, and that contract might be the thing you want him having to go with or something like it because of his relationship and his agency as an entertainer. And Trump has this thing where he likes dealing with entertainers. He's been like that. See, we know Trump because we grew up with Trump in New York.
Facts.
So we know that Trump has for years had this thing about hanging out, rocking out with Black entertainers.
Kelsey Tyler said, y'all attacking Trump and that's fine, but the Dems do nothing. I don't know if
I didn't attack Trump.
Yeah, I don't know if this person is familiar with our platform to know that we attack all them devils.
Yeah.
And you wasn't attacking him. I'm just saying. Biden, there's a video on our page, Kelsey Tyler, where we are showing that these guys are two sides of the same coin.
That's right. And we can, I mean, listen, it is what it is. A lot of people are personality worshipers. You know, people want to worship Donald Trump, right? It ain't because he's doing anything specific that it's like hellfire, like, oh my God, look at what he did. This is just so crazy. Nah, that's not what it is. They just worshiping Donald Trump because of what he, in their mind, represents to them. So what the people are men worshipers, personality worshipers. That's what the problem is. That's what the problem is. So, you know, Donald Trump represents in their mind some kind of white supremacist thing. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And whoever the Kelsey is, he don't want to admit it. He won't admit it, but that's what it is. He represents white people staying in a dominant position. That's what he represents to people like that. Yeah, tell the truth. Be honest, man. That's what it is, right? Nobody wants to give up power. I don't blame you, right? I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to give up power, but I'm just saying. Just be honest about it. You like Trump because to you, he represents the thing that you're fighting to maintain, which is white dominance. It's a fact. Don't act like it had anything to do with policy, because nothing that he did represents the average or common man and woman in this country. Nothing.
That's a fact.
So it's a lot of people
outside of immigration.
Right, outside of immigration. But it's a lot of people who like Trump because of what he represents. Man, we used to call them the Confederate holdouts. Remember that? We used to talk about that. We'd say the Confederate holdouts. These are the people who are still angry that their black property was taken from them.
That's right.
And so when he make America great again, maybe you can get some of that Negro property back. Huh? That's what it is. That's why you love Trump so much, because you think maybe he can bring that back for you. Oh, that's what you're thinking. You don't want to say it, but that's what it is. You ever notice that every time we ask somebody when they say make America great again, what period in history are you referring to? They have a real hard time breaking that down.
Oh yeah. They struggle with that one.
What part was great? I mean, especially if you're talking about for our particular tribe, right? It's like, was it slavery? Was it Reconstruction? Was it Jim Crow? What was it? Was it during the Great Depression? Was it the Civil Rights era when people's houses and churches was getting firebombed? Was it after the Civil Rights era when y'all dropped heroin and angel dust and into the communities and started your war on drugs? Or was it in the 80s when you put the crack in the when was it great, particularly for our people?
That's right. That's right.
Oh, Kelsey. I know Kelsey is one of them Europeans. One of them Europeans. Them found the channel and want to troll a little bit.
What was he talking about? What was he talking about?
Talking about we was attacking Trump. Kelsey forgot about when Trump said that our brothers needed to be lynched. Forgot about that. See, we was around when that happened over here in New York City, when those brothers was accused of raping that white woman, and they didn't do it. See, they didn't do it, but he took out a full-page ad talking about they needed to be lynched, in more than one publication. It wasn't just one publication he did that in. And when they were found to be innocent of that crime, he still would not change his position. He doubled down on it. They were guilty. So listen, he's not my favorite person. I don't care about him. What are you gonna say, Josh?
No, I was gonna say that person might not have been a European. It's a whole lot of people that rock with Trump too.
Yeah, but Kelsey sounds like a European name. Kelsey sounds like a name of. It's like Karen, you know what I mean?
Come on, bro.
There's certain names, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, man, we gotta be honest. There's certain names that just go along with certain people. Here's what it is.
What are you gonna make me choke on my grapes, man?
What are you gonna do, man? I mean, come on. It's like Darnell, right? Think about it, right? Darnell, right? Come on, you hear somebody named Darnell, you kind of already know. You know what I'm saying? You kind of know. It is what it is. Ain't no disrespect. Milwaukee absentee ballots won't be counted until after 5 a.m., says CNN. Well, I mean, yeah. won't be counted. So right now, where is Milwaukee leaning?
I feel you, Kelsey. I feel you, Kelsey. Ali was he made me laugh, but no, I ain't got. I feel you. I feel what you're saying. No, I mean I understand. You know, the thing is like, you know, we always have to not be binary. You know, we need to not have a binary response or reaction. You know, but it's fair. And I'm not talking about. I'm not saying you're binary. I'm just saying it's fair to like we can talk trash about Trump without feeling like we need to qualify it by saying Democrats are not worth a damn either. Like we can talk freely about criticizing Trump and not people not have no basis of accusing us to be a Democratic shield. The same way that we can talk freely about Jim Crow Joe Biden,
That's right.
and people not think of us as a Trump supporter. So I mean, on our program, we've done enough programs. We've been doing this for a while. We've done enough talking about both of them. And but let's. I mean, at the end of the day, how we vote is one way. We may even have a certain preference the other way, but one of the two is going to be a president. That's just what's going to be. No matter how we feel, one of the two is going to be it. And everybody has their own preference between one of the two. Whether you like Trump 90, whether you like Trump 51% better than you would like a Biden presidency, or whether you like a Biden presidency 51% more than you like a Trump presidency, you're going to lean one way or the other. And hey, everybody got their own right to that preference or whatever the case may be.
That's right.
Me personally, I don't care nothing about a preference. I care about what we can get them to do.
And like, think about this, right? Think about all of the derogatory and denigrating things that was said to the president before Trump. And listen, I'm not
You good, Kelsey.
defender of that man or whatever, but think about all of the things that was said about him and his wife and his children. People were hanging effigies up and you name it, right? Monkey, ape, baboon, chimpanzee, orangutan. You done heard all that, right? We're gonna hang you. They doing things where they hanging up, dummies by the neck, talking about it's him, and you know what I mean? Think about how nasty and disgusting those people were towards that man and his family. And you talking about Barack Obama and his family.
Mm-hmm.
All of the death threats against him and his wife and his two daughters, and all of the nasty, disgusting things that were said about them. And you talking about somebody is disrespecting Trump, and nobody disrespected Trump. Like, now, I mean, and if we did, it would be fine. See, that's the thing. It would be fine, right? Because he actually deserves it. He deserves to be disrespected. You don't think so? Where's Kelsey at? She's still there. Where's Kelsey?
I think so.
Yeah, he deserves to be disrespected. Why not? Why not? The man makes fun of handicapped people and all kind of stuff. He's a very disrespectful and rude liar, narcissist, and everything else you could think of. Why you care so much?
We got no love for this man, Trump. No love.
What is it about him as a person? Forget the fact that he's president. What about him as a person would make somebody actually love this dude? What do you see in him? Is he fine? Like, is he handsome to you or something?
He's chosen by God, man.
The dude hair go over like some kind of a mop. Yo, I loved it when Rosie O'Donnell did. I don't know if you guys ever seen it when she did the thing when she pushed her hair over, making fun of Trump. It was hilarious, man. But His hair looks absolutely crazy. So you can't be talking about his wonderful good looks. What is it about him? His personality? You think he's got a great personality or something?
Now, what it is he just represents. He speaks and he gives the ultimate disrespect to Democrats, and then I think a lot of us have disdain with Democrats for, being the fox, And
Being
sometimes when the wolf is fighting the fox, it's good to see the fox get his tail bit, But you got to understand, after that fox finished biting him, after the wolf finished biting up the fox and chasing him off, he gonna come right back and take a chunk out of your behind too. So, that's the thing we gotta realize and understand. They may be fighting each other, but at one point that fight is gonna dissipate, and we still gonna have to deal with that wolf.
No doubt. Well, look, I don't know what they're gonna do with this election tonight. We got like 90 people. What you see on your end, Josh? Looks like about 90 people in here.
Yeah, it's 90 people in. I had to take a break and get something to eat. I'm hungry.
This is cool because I feel like we kind of like, we like family, like just chilling and talking and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And y'all chill on Kelsey. We good. We just having a conversation.
Kelsey is fine. Like I don't mind. Like it's
I'm talking about the chat. Yeah.
Oh, they was wilding on Kelsey?
No, nobody's wilding. I'm just, Kelsey like getting kind of defensive in the chats and having to explain. It's hard. It's hard when you're in the chat. You don't have no voice. You just got your little words, and people can misunderstand. So I'm just saying, hey, Kelsey is cool. You ain't got to defend yourself, Kelsey. You good.
Kelsey, it's all good. What else? We know what it's like. We go sometimes. There's like a Candace Owens group that we go in sometimes, and we see the vitriol and the venom and the nastiness that comes from those people when we try to bring up some kind of relevant point pertaining to our people in there. Man,
we be in there. We be in that joint.
Yeah.
We be going in them threads with machetes and knives and battle. Where's Grimm's? Grimm's still on with the battle axe with all kind of melee weapons, just cracking heads and cutting necks off and stuff with that. Man, we be killing them.
Crazy, right? Man, sometimes we put a post up, like sometimes I'll post something in that Candace Owens group just to see. It's almost like piranha or something. Like if you drop something in the thing where the piranha is at, and they all just come like, it's like that. It's like just put up a post showing
reparations for black folks. You can kiss my behind. That's the kind of stuff that Naheem be putting in those groups, man. He be putting posts there, and it was just. I think did they put you in timeout in that group, bro?
Who, me?
No, Naheem.
Oh yeah, they put him in timeout. They put me in timeout too. I ain't gonna lie. They put me in timeout. Yep.
All right, man. I don't think it's gonna be any more new revelations in this election now. Because the people counting the votes, they're not gonna be up all night counting these votes. Joe Biden, MSNBC talking about they got Wisconsin. Trump is in. He's winning with about 70%. Georgia, Trump with 80% in. Pennsylvania, Trump by a mile, but again, there's a whole lot of absentees to count. Wisconsin by 5, Trump 70% in. We'll see, man. I want to check these exit polls too. I haven't looked at those. And y'all been checking the exit polls?
Nah, we haven't.
Yeah.
But I tell you this, when they count those paper ballots, we'll see what happens. See what happens, man. But from what I'm seeing and the way these states are leaning right now, it's not looking good for Biden.
Montana. Senate
What's
race.
Montana saying?
Democrats. No, Democrats looking like it in the Senate
Oh,
winning.
yeah.
It's looking like North Carolina Republicans gonna keep that.
Yeah, Tom Tillis is
I
gonna win.
was hoping his ass would lose. He is a devil. His ass is a devil, man. You
Yeah.
want to talk about gerrymandering and voter suppression? That's like
Crazy.
crazy in North Carolina, man.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So Montana is leaning towards Steve Dane,
Montana.
the Republican. It's a very close race, but it's leaning towards him. See what happens.
Oh shit.
Michigan is leaning towards
Back.
John James. Iowa's leaning towards Joni Ernst. Susan Collins up in Maine. Yeah. Well, what are you gonna do? And they can't blame this on us, man, because it ain't black men in Maine that's messing this up for these people. You see, it's not us. Can't blame us, man. Same thing with Mr. Biden. It ain't our fault that this clown is gonna lose. Yo, they put that clown up there. Ain't nobody told him to listen, man. You already know. You already know. Who told these people to put Joe Biden up there, man? Come on. Who told them to do that? Nobody told these people to do that.
But now you see the play is see if Biden wins, Kamala is the next in line. That's the issue, man. That's the issue. You still there?
Yeah. I was just reading something on something somebody said. Yo, let me read this to you. Let me read what my cousin said. It's funny, right? He asked me about if I voted for Obama before. And I just hit him like with the 3 question marks. Like, huh? Like, what are you talking about? So he says, if you voted for Obama, then you already voted for Biden once. I don't see what the problem is people are having now. Why hasn't this issue brought up? Why wasn't this issue brought up in Obama's 8 years?
Because Biden wasn't the president. Fool.
We still voted for the both of them. People forget if something happened to Obama, Biden would have been the president. That's funny.
First of all, there was no ADOS then.
Not only that, the people voted for Obama. They didn't vote for Joe Biden. Like, it didn't even matter. It wouldn't have mattered who Obama had as his running mate. Black people and people in general were going to vote for him because they were enamored with him. Didn't matter who. It could have been Hillary Clinton. Didn't matter. Whoever he had as his running mate, he was going to become the president. It wasn't about Joe Biden and Joe Biden's record. I said this earlier, I think before you came on. I said the same thing. It had nothing to do with Joe Biden. And they think it had something to do with him, like we voted for Joe Biden. No, that's why he was the vice president, because we didn't want him. He was running against Obama when he called him all that slick shit about, he's articulate and clean and all of that. Yo, people are crazy.
Yeah, people don't understand. Obama picked Biden because he represented that he won't really go Biden, that Obama won't really gonna do nothing. So white people that was the blue dog type in the left, the center right Democrats and white supremacists on the left, that he wasn't really going to do nothing to really mess up the racial hierarchy or anything like that. That's what he was a signal to.
Mm-hmm.
And he was a signal to corporations and financial institutions that he wasn't really going to do nothing progressive. So when people say stupid and stuff like that, it's without the understanding that Obama didn't give Biden the cosign for black folks to say, hey, he didn't go. Obama didn't give Biden a cosign as a signal to black folks. He gave the cosign as a signal to white people, in particular,
Right.
those that want to see the racial hierarchy maintained
That's
or
right.
unshaken. So that's not for us to be getting misconstrued. We don't understand that. I mean, it's just like the same. It's like, you know, oh man.
So
I don't know.
Biden wins Minnesota, right? This is what Riri just said, and we see
Man,
it on the map. He wins Minnesota, but that's
oh,
not enough, right?
That doesn't
Even,
move the needle for him.
it
It's not
doesn't
a.
move the
That's,
needle. You give him Ohio and Alaska, he's still going to lose.
Ohio.
Not Ohio. I mean Alaska and Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
Hawaii and Maine. Obviously, Maine has flipped in his favor because it's leaning towards
mhm.
him now. But that's not enough either.
He needs Ohio or Pennsylvania to win. It's just as simple as that. Without Ohio or Pennsylvania, we got another 4 years of Donald Trump.
If he gets lucky with Pennsylvania and North Carolina, he might be able to pull something off. Maybe.
I had to grub y'all and feed my cat.
It's all good. They said it's BTP after dark.
Oh yeah, I seen that. Divine from Brooklyn.
That's nice. I like that. We need some music or something.
I was thinking about having something, but I ain't want to catch no strikes, so I just decided not to do it.
BTP after dark. I'd go grab the acoustic and play a little something real quick.
You know?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Hold up, let me go grab the acoustic, man. I'm gonna do something they didn't see this before.
They just called Florida for Trump on NBC.
Of course.
Mm-hmm.
And it's on the AP. You can see it right there. It's a wrap.
We know they were gonna call Florida.
Yeah. He has to win Pennsylvania, and I don't see him winning Pennsylvania. I forgot it. They called Ohio already. He has to win Pennsylvania.
I'm looking at these exit polls. Biden got 87% of the black vote.
Biden is he's still leading the electoral votes, 223 to 174, and he's now leading the popular vote.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of.
NBC said Joe Biden is expecting to speak shortly.
Uh-oh, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign.
White supremacy came out in full force, y'all. White supremacy came out in full force.
People should have known that from the way they were showing up on the highways and all that kind of stuff, what they were trying to do.
That race in North Carolina is still crazy. So Biden is about to speak.
He's about to speak now.
Let's see if we can pull that up.
We got the good tunes.
can't pull it up, but he's speaking now.
Oh, word. Uh-oh.
He's saying it ain't over. Hold on.
We believe one of the Mets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Yeah, that vote did tighten up in Michigan. I mean, Wisconsin.
To count the votes, we're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Pardon? Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I don't know what he was talking about.
Let's walk over here.
Sonny Boxer Talk said, "Old school Dixie."
I don't know what nobody was talking about, man. Yes.
They gave us the worst possible candidate and wanted us to turn out for this dude. So this election is not going to be called tonight, fellas. He said that they're optimistic about the votes tomorrow. So he said he was optimistic about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So I guess he feels that once those absentee ballots come back in, then he wins.
Yeah, I sent you the exit poll.
He needs Pennsylvania.
Oh, yeah.
Without Pennsylvania, it's a wrap. Even if Trump takes Wisconsin, it's a wrap. Without Pennsylvania, it's over. So right now, Trump is up 1 million votes with 64% precincts reporting, about 1.3 million. And they're citing what we're looking at, the source we're looking at on this PBS NewsHour, AP, too early to declare winner in presidential election. But ain't this something though? Let's stop this. Ain't this something that these people came out in force for Trump? I mean, they came up in force.
Yep.
No, I can't see it. I can't see it. Oh, wait. Hold on.
I wanted to show something. Show like so far it says Biden 80%. He got 87% of the black vote.
87%.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Male or female?
65% of voters are white.
What is your racial? Yeah. Wow. So Trump didn't get. I mean, all the votes are not tallied in, but he's only got 12%. But look at the Latino vote, 32%, which is 3 percentage points higher than 2016. Look at the Asian votes. That's 2 percentage is higher than 2016. Look at the other vote. That is 4 percentage points higher than 2016. You can't blame us.
Hold on, look at the white vote. What about the white vote?
Yeah, that's 50. I mean, 57%. Yeah,
compared to 2016.
What was 2016 on the white vote? I can't remember right now, but I mean, I think I got it in my phone. Matter of fact, I do.
Do they break down this thing by male and female too? The black vote.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know if they break the vote by race and gender.
Yeah. Are you white, evangelical, or born again Christian? Ain't that something?
Military. Look.
14% of conservatives voted for Joe Biden, 84% for Donald Trump. He did get Biden won the moderate vote. So that's interesting. But 10% of liberals, those who self-identify as liberals, voted for Donald Trump. I think that that's interesting as well. Biden is winning the independent vote so far. So it's no surprise in that Republican-Democrat split. And which part of the country do you live? East. So he's winning the popular vote in the East. He's losing it. Trump is winning in the Midwest and in the South, but only by two points. That's interesting.
But look at that. Look. The South consists of 35% of the voters.
Ooh, yeah. Wow. They came out.
Yeah, that turnout in the South is crazy.
Small city, rural areas, 54 to 45 for Trump. Biden won the suburbs, and Biden won the big cities. Are you white or non-white?
Ooh.
So is that Hispanic maybe? Or is that just a question that they generally ask? I don't know. Why would they need to have?
They do
have it. What is your gender and racial or ethnic heritage? So far, white men have voted 58% to 40%. 58% Trump, 40% for Biden. White women, 55% Trump, 43% Biden. Black men voted 18% Trump, but 80% Biden. Black women voted 8% Trump and 91% Biden. Latino
so all
men,
that talk.
Yep.
All that talk, and we the same percentage as Hillary Clinton. It ain't no change.
Yep. Latino men, 36% for Trump. Latino women, 28% for Trump.
Hold up, bro. Hold up. Let me break this down real quick.
Go ahead, bro.
Go back.
Get it in.
Look, black women, what y'all doing? See, this how they try to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I'm just playing, I'm playing like them, right? Black women, what y'all doing? Y'all voted for Hillary Clinton 98% last time. What y'all doing? How y'all get down to 91%?
They slipped.
Never mind. Yeah. Never mind the fact that 91% is the highest of anybody, right? And never mind that we drop 1%, y'all drop 7%. Never mind that.
Woo!
See how they try to divide us?
That's powerful.
Come
They
on.
try to come at us, and it's black women that's the ones that's voting for Trump. Ain't that something?
Woo, at a higher number than we did. That's for damn sure.
Ain't that crazy? Ain't that crazy? That just goes to show these people don't know what the hell they talking about. They need to let ADOS come in and tell them what the hell to do, because they don't know what they doing, but they talk.
They gotta sit down at the feet of those who know. And that's why we learning and growing over here at the BTP family as well.
See, what that means is it's not just black men that's rejecting the message of Democrats. It's not black men that realizes we experiencing erasure. It's the whole family, but they just gonna try to blame it on the black man. The sisters know it too.
But they said
that's why you see. Yeah, 7 points. Now keep in mind, these are not the final numbers. These not the final numbers, because I'm not sure when they put this exit poll out, but keep in mind they have a lot of urban areas in a lot of places that still got votes to come in. So maybe if they have some more exit polling numbers from around the country, these numbers will change. But hey, it is what it is right now.
7-point drop, huh? Wow.
You can't blame that on Trump appealing to black men because of patriarchy and machismo and all this kind of stuff. See, they don't know what they're talking about.
So
they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
Let me ask you this, Josh. Where you get the numbers from when they voted for Hillary Clinton? Where you get those numbers?
There was exit polls from, I think, Pew Research did some exit polls on Hillary Clinton, and they said that black women voted for Hillary Clinton at 98%, and I think they voted for Trump like at a negligible percent.
Okay.
And black men voted for Hillary Clinton at an 81% rate.
Oh yeah, family. I mean, we are on it. You already know. BTP is in the building. We are doing live after dark election coverage, but ain't nothing else going to pop really right now tonight. So we will possibly pick this up tomorrow afternoon sometime. And I want to thank everybody that's on right now. But it's 1 in the morning. I could sit here if I thought they were going to call the election tonight, but obviously they're not. Trump, I don't know. Trump is about to give a statement. This just says President Trump's statement expected tonight. So I don't know what they're talking about on NBC. Let me see.
Ali, I can't put my finger on that tune.
Out there. we expect Joe Biden to really run up the score here in these
They
counties.
saying Biden's still going to run up the score in
about a
Georgia.
quarter of the vote, a little less than that. Where are we here? I just gave you to Fulton. There's Cobb. We still got 20% of the vote here. So this is why we haven't called Georgia, and this is why you don't hear people ready to spike the football on the Republican side either. Everybody knows Atlanta's coming in, and the question is, is it gonna shrink and just make it really close, or could we be looking at recount territory? I can tell you this: we're looking up the recount rules.
What is? I was about to ask you.
I'm in the middle of it. My team
What's
was
the
on
threshold?
it. They're all over this.
Okay.
In fact, maybe by the time I get back here, I'll find out. So there.
Because if a race is in any given state is within a certain threshold, you have to
not
recount.
automatic here. I can tell you, our initial folks here, it's not automatic. So this would be something somebody would have to request.
Okay.
All right, let's bring in a couple of our guests. I think we've got Robert Gibbs, NBC News political analyst and former White House press secretary under President Obama, and Rich Lowry.
Evidence that any.
I guess. I do think that it is going to be critical to put into context whatever we might hear from the president, and this tweet alludes to it, right? Putting out claims that are not backed up, claims that are not verified. This is something we have seen from the president on Twitter before, to the point where the social media company has actually put warnings on some of the things that the president was saying, because it was essentially misinformation and had the potential to be disinformation there. So I do think that there is going to be some sort of care and context that we're going to put in place around whatever the president says. I will say, and as we talked about it a little bit ago, there is real concern and I think anger inside the president's orbit about certain calls that have been made, not by our network, by other networks. There is a sense that perhaps some calls are being made too early. I'm specifically talking about, for example, Arizona. I would not be surprised to hear the president mention that when he does come out and address his supporters in the East Room. I think that the campaign is feeling better than they thought they were going to feel about states like Pennsylvania. You heard Joe Biden very definitively say that they thought they could win there.
But
I think the Trump campaign
let
takes
me go
exception
to Andrea. Oh, Chuck, we got a call, and then I'm coming to you. Yeah.
We got a call in Iowa.
Yes.
NBC News projects that Donald Trump will win the 6 electoral votes in Iowa.
Okay, so Andrea, that's what I find to be so perplexing about this tweet, because here the Trump campaign's having a much better night than it expected to have, and now the president is signaling through this tweet by saying they're trying to steal it, et cetera, that he doesn't feel that they're going to win. I don't understand how that adds
This is
up.
what he has been saying
Sometime after 4 a.m., we're going to get the Milwaukee County dump, and that's going to tell us a lot. But again, this has all been Election Day vote so far in Milwaukee, and a lot of it there. Now we'll go to Michigan, and we have the same issue here, and I'll just bring it up again. It's still mostly same day vote,
look at that.
not as much of that early vote yet. And as you've seen, as stuff just trickled in, the Trump lead has narrowed a little bit.
Yo,
and then I'll quickly
this thing
go
might
over
change
to
in the morning.
Pennsylvania. As you can see here.
So I'm trying to tell you, they don't have enough manpower to count. A
almost
lot of these rural areas, if
Sorry.
you want to
Yesterday vote.
take it, pause the sound, mute the sound on that real quick. I just want to say
Let's go
something.
around here. You can see here's Chester County. It's got 70% in, and this is
Just mute the sound. You don't have to pause it.
No,
But some
no.
of these rural areas, man, it's easier to get all the count because they only have a small amount of votes, you know. But some of these large areas, they got millions of people living in the metro area, or several hundred thousands of people living in the metro area. It's harder they're not going to be able to count all those votes and count all the mail-in votes and all the absentee, and then they got a whole bunch more of them that may not be coming in on time. You know, I think they're going to count everything that comes in at least to November the 12th. So I mean, those are not, as it gets closer, you know, away from today, it's going to be fewer, but those large areas have a whole lot of votes that they're not going to be able to finish counting, you know, and we've seen that in Philadelphia. It's like that in other places too. That's why they just mentioned Atlanta. And so that as the time goes on is standing to benefit Biden, because those urban areas that are highly populated, they're more local. They're almost always blue.
Yeah, this is. You wake up in the morning and two of these states done turned, like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and it might kick off. Let me unpause this and see what he's saying.
Swing County, we'll see when it all comes in. Here, Andrea, Montgomery County, we still got a lot of vote there. Delaware County, 59% reporting. And of course, Philadelphia County, we still have half the vote to come in. So this is why, very quietly, the Democrats are actually, I don't want to say they're nervous, but they feel like they know, they think they know they're going to win these states. They feel good about their early vote, but they also felt good about North Carolina. We take it to Georgia. The president had over a 300,000 vote lead when this was at about 75%, and it's been just trickling in, and it's all coming from here. I told you before, our models indicate that when it's all comes in, and the last vote to come in is going to be, it looks like Atlanta, the Atlanta area, that we expect it to be less than a percentage point. In fact, one of our models has it 0.1%.
Oh, wow.
Around. But let me just take you around what we got here. There's still got more than a quarter of the vote out in Fulton County. That is Atlanta. Here's DeKalb.
Well, look at how many people still
of the vote
voted
out
for
there.
Trump in DeKalb
We expect
County and
Joe Biden to
just
really run up the
Atlanta.
score
Look,
here.
that's 16%.
In these
It's crazy. Look at
counties.
that.
Gwinnett still
County,
about a quarter of the vote,
42%.
a little less than that. Where are we here? I just gave you to Fulton. There's Cobb. We still got 20% of the vote
They
here.
love
So
Trump,
this is why we haven't called Georgia, and this is why you don't hear people ready to spike the football on the Republican side either. Everybody knows Atlanta's coming in, and the question is, it's sort of, is it gonna shrink and just make it really close, or could we be looking at recount territory? I can tell you this: we're looking up the recount rule.
Okay, so that interesting. That is definitely interesting.
Right.
Atlanta may decide Georgia. He said his model showed that it's going to be within 0.1%. And then he says that they're feeling good about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. So I'm like, this is going to be interesting. Because when we wake up in the morning and it shows that Biden won Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, that's going to be the kickoff of the war. I believe that. I believe that because right now, but see, Trump is not really saying nothing because he knows that there are ballots out there, the mail-in ballots that are being counted. And I don't know if those things are being counted last. I'm not sure. But, man.
Yeah. Interesting, man. We'll see what happens.
Oh, yeah.
See what happens in the morning.
Oh, yeah. So, look, family, we're going to close it out. I kind of was trying to wait to see if Trump was going to issue I don't know if he was going to do a speech or issue a statement, but Corey said any word on NC yet. NC is razor close. I mean, NC is, let me pull it up real quick. Let's go to NC. So we see NC 94% reporting.
That's very close, man. That right there is very close.
That is, because you don't know what the mail-in ballots like. We just don't know all of the variables at this point. So, there's several things that I think about with this election. I mean, either way, our people are still going to be at the bottom. Like, that's just a fact. I don't believe Jim Crow Joe is going to be pushing to do anything for our people. But we know for a fact that Trump is not. he's going to dump that money into those opportunity zones. And when you look at that platinum plan and how it breaks down, it's just basically a loan structure. Basically, it's not for us to dip our hand into this platinum plan and rebuild or revitalize our neighborhoods. So basically, nothing gets done for us. The only thing they can tout is criminal reform. And why? Because Black people are criminal in the eyes of these people. So, yeah, this is going to be interesting, because if we wake up in the morning and it shows that, let's just say Trump wins. All right, look, let's go to our projection map for a minute here. Let's go to our projection map for a minute here. And let's do some quick math before we get off of here. So this is the way things stand right now. So let's take Georgia off the table. Too close to call. Let's take North Carolina off the table. Too close to call. According to that NBC report, Wisconsin and PA are still oh no, I think that's cold. Trump got Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, so all right. So right now, the way the map is at this point, Trump is losing 267 to 210 points. What happens if what Chuck Todd said is right? It is only, if you win Pennsylvania, it's over. Let me see. If we give,
I'll tell you this, Nevada is leaning towards Trump right now.
Yeah, I called Nevada on this map, but if it's leaning towards Trump, then I'm gonna I'm gonna leave it for now. Let me look at it. Oh wow, that's 3% reporting. But damn, Nevada might go to Trump. That would be something. All right, so let's give Nevada to Trump right now. Let's just give it to him on our projection map. Trump is at 216 with Pennsylvania. All right, let's go back. If we
take Pennsylvania out of it.
Take Pennsylvania out of it. Biden is at 261 electoral votes and Trump is at 216. Now, Chuck Todd is doing another breakdown of Georgia. All right, so.
And you gave Biden Michigan in this scenario too.
I did. I shouldn't have, right?
Yeah.
So let me see. Oh, yeah, you're right. All right, let's flip Michigan. Wait, I'm bugging. Let's flip Michigan. Let's just flip Michigan red. That's 232 for Trump. 232 electoral votes for Trump. Let's give Trump Georgia. Let's give Trump Georgia. 248 to Biden's 245. These three states are in play: Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina. If we give, I don't know, Wisconsin, I mean, either way, any two of these states puts one of them in office. One is reelected, one is elected. Any two of these states. So, matter of fact, yeah, because even if you gave Trump just PA, let's give Trump PA. That's 268. He would have to win Wisconsin or North Carolina. And that's the same thing for Biden. So let's give Biden North Carolina. So we're looking at 259 to 268. So if you give Wisconsin to Trump, that's 278. If you give it to Biden, it's right at 270. So this is, and on MSNBC, he's doing a what if right now as well. All right, let's play a little bit of that before we get off of here. I refreshed it.
We still haven't told me. Let's put it in the let's do the 3-1 split there, because we know that President Trump is winning that congressional district. So as you can see, Georgia certainly, you take it away, and then suddenly he's going to need to get back over here and need some of these states.
Okay, stay with me.
Well, no, Hawaii is Hawaii here is blue, and then you have the Nebraska district would get him to 270. Sorry, I had to get you there, but the point is he can get to 270 now without Pennsylvania, and it was the point Rich Lowry was trying to make. There's that, but obviously, if you throw Georgia somehow went blue, then there's a lot more padding. In fact, I think it means he could do it without Michigan and Pennsylvania. And a long way to answer your question, Lester. Georgia would replace Michigan.
I have one more. So if Georgia goes red,
okay,
how does that change the president's path? Does he still have to go all the way to Pennsylvania?
The president has to go all the way. It looks like no. I think the problem he's got now, right? We've assigned this Alaska. Let's go ahead and give that to the president. That's now no shoo-in. We got to wait here on that. But if you see here, Pennsylvania is not enough. Pennsylvania would leave him 4 short. He needs something else here. He would need perhaps Michigan would do it, or Wisconsin would do it. But the president may be in a position he needs 2 of those 3 of the blue wall state, not just one of them. So that is something that with Arizona, and look, we don't know what Nevada's going to do. And I'm with you, Savannah. I think we got to wait and see what Nevada's going to do. We've seen the president has improved, particularly with working class voters. When the country has a cold, Nevada gets the flu. They want to go to work. They don't like this, what's happened there. So I am very curious to see the actual returns come in Nevada before we start projecting.
And the exit polls tell us that Nevadans were more focused on
They were evenly split, if you remember.
COVID.
Yeah, they were
on improving business versus
correct.
COVID.
I mean, but no state has been hit harder economically. I mean, think about it. Who's getting on airplanes and traveling to Vegas?
I was there, last week, and still plenty of tourists, but no conventions, very few shows open.
I mean, confession, I think it might be the last time I was on a plane is when we were out there for Vegas to do some debates.
Yeah.
Back when.
Back when we knew about the virus, but it had not swept across.
I know half of us were convinced that somehow, how did we avoid not getting it in Vegas in February?
Yeah.
It stayed in Vegas. Okay, let's go to some boards here. We've got Montana's presidential race, and we're calling it for President Trump. No surprise there. Rhode Island, Chuck scooped us, Lester.
It showed up. I was about to look for
old news now.
Yes, exactly. And in Maine, it's too early to call, but Biden is leading, although there is that one electoral vote in Maine that possibly the president could pick up. And in that scenario of an electoral tie, that could become extremely relevant. So there's your map at this hour, 1:15 on the East Coast.
So
the
now
road to
Trump has the
270 is
lead.
filling out, but we've got some key battlegrounds still open at this hour.
Why don't we bring in NBC News political contributor and co-host of the
All right, fam. Look, we're going to get up off of here, Brother Ali. Did you have anything that you wanted to say?
Nah, I'm good, bro. I just want to thank everybody for hanging out with us. I appreciate it. Word up.
Oh, yeah. We've been on here for five and a half hours.
Yep.
Been sitting here for the longest. Jeez, that's crazy. But, hey, this is a part of doing that work. It's a sacrifice. And, we want to start building up our political platform. We want to be the TYT of our community, of our people across this nation. And I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight, still rocking with us. We had about 100 people strong, just about. Somebody, Miss Tiffany said, may as well stay on, it's almost finished. Ooh, no way. I'm sitting here and just something about my chair. I gotta buy me a new chair. But yeah, man. Morris Jedi said, Ali, when we gonna make some music? If I'm not mistaken, that's the brother NT. I know that brother. He makes some fire beats as well. Let me see. All right, fam. Look, we're gonna get up out of here. And we may go live early tomorrow, depending on election results. If they say anything to the effect that the election results are going to be upcoming, or I don't know, because we might wake up in the morning, because Chuck Todd was saying that some of those accounts are going to be Josh just came back on. We're about to get off, Josh.
Oh man.
You know, Josh wanted to come on at the end to go in for another 20. I'm getting off, bro.
I just wanted to say
Been
real
sitting here
quick.
for 5 minutes. I mean, 5 hours. 5 minutes.
5 hours and 31 minutes and 45 seconds. But yeah, man. Well, hey, just want to give a salute to y'all boys for for doing the program, and salute to everybody in the chat that's been they came on this watch party with us. We don't even know Wisconsin. So yeah, man. As far as Nevada, I have a friend that's one of my best friends from that we grew up together. He moved to Vegas several years ago, and when COVID hit, he moved back over here with his family, and he ain't been able to go back to Vegas yet. So I'm like, I know these people hit hard. I don't know how in the hell you can reelect the president. I don't give a damn what the agenda is or whatever. I don't know how you can elect somebody to let that happen to you.
Indeed. Bob Sanders said, laugh out loud. Feel free to join me in Trolling Rolling Show. Trey Pound 80 OS. I know you got bars, bro. I got bars too. I think we might need to collaborate on the track as well. I could shake some of this rust off, but I'm letting you know when I get on that mic, I snaps. I snaps. So okay, yo, look, peace to the family, man. We getting up off it. I'm getting up off it. I gotta get up. I gotta get up. I've been sitting here 5 hours. All right, family.
No doubt. All right, peace.
Peace.